Welcome back to Getting Worked. It's your boy Jarrett. I'm hanging out here with my boy Ian. Damn, I just realized it's been a minute since I pulled off that intro.
I was gonna say it has. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Been uploading videos and doing stuff on the back end, trying to get the stream immaculate. As Jarrett, check out the stream, everybody. First off, hey, how's it going? Happy Festivus to everyone.
Happy Festivus.
But hey, yeah, man, check out the new stuff. Look at all the new stuff there.
The new fancy. We got the shirts going.
Got the shirts. Absolutely.
We got the shirts rolling. We got things going. We got a lot. We got a lot to go over tonight for everybody to celebrate Festivus as we kick it off for this holiday season. For those of us that celebrate holidays, and this is no judgment on people that do not celebrate holidays, but this is a Festivus for the rest of us. This is a time for everybody to get together and just hang out and have a good time, no matter what your denomination is, no matter who you believe in, no matter who you feel deep in your heart and your faith to be true. This is the time for everybody to get together and hang out, and we're gonna have the airing of the grievances.
My personal favorite. I'm looking forward to that. That should be fun.
I got a lot of problems with you people, and you're gonna hear about it.
I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to watching Jarrett and just letting them go. Just gonna sit there. You're gonna see me just at some point. Just all right.
Well, for those who have watched the stream before, that's just a random Tuesday. But
yeah, pretty much. That is.
And then we're gonna have the feats of strength. I'm not gonna spoil that just yet. And then we're gonna get into overtime, where we're just gonna hang out and just do whatever, talk about whatever, and just hang out and just chill, right? So, Ian, given that this is a time to celebrate all Festivus miracles, are you, sir, ready for your airing of the grievances?
Did you say, was I ready?
I'm sorry. I said, are you ready?
You gotta do the Triple H intro, man.
You're right. It's been a minute. It's been a minute. I'm out of my game. I'm getting there though.
Okay. You're off your game. Okay.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there. I see it. I see you, brother. All right. Hey,
it's gonna be that kind of stream tonight, guys. I just gotta tell you, everybody. It's gonna be that kind of stream. It's gonna be that kind of stream. Corbin, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, Corbin? Hey, yeah, if this even works halfway as well as I'm hoping to execute this thing.
Yeah, we're looking forward. I'm looking forward to this. This will, you gotta be able to just get some stuff out sometimes. So yeah. Anyhow, yes, let's go ahead and get started.
Let's roll. All right, Ian, your airing of the grievances will commence in 3, 2, 1.
How many videos have we done on the New Jersey? Not Jersey. I did it. Almost did it. Almost said New Jersey.
Given the fact that New Jersey is the armpit of America, I think it fits to still call. See, and the other thing is,
it really does.
Look, let's also make this straight. I got family in Brooklyn. I ain't trying to do them like that. Like, so they might as well still be the New Jersey Nets until they act otherwise.
Now I will say, I will leave this airing of the grievances off by saying they're trending. It appears they are trending in the right direction currently.
I saw that.
I will give credit.
I saw that.
Credit's due.
Yes.
It seems sad that I have to give credit to shutting your mouth, but somehow being a decent human being and just knowing how to go out to work and come back and not be an idiot. that seems like a low bar to give people credit for, but you know,
there's a reason why we got Kyrie in the thumbnail.
Man, just so people, you know, they had a big problem with, I can't remember who it was that told LeBron to shut up and dribble.
Shut up and dribble. Yeah.
And that was completely incorrect. Couldn't have been further from the truth. People that
given
are
the
athletes
context,
or just
absolutely.
in public. Yeah. The most ridiculous thing ever. That said, we all know that person at work that you would prefer them not talking about anything ever for any reason. They do not need a camera in their face. They do not need to be the face. They don't need to be the face that tries to run the place. They definitely should. They're not that. They need to be over as far in a corner and just kind of be there. Kyrie, unfortunately, is the star salesman that sort of has to get up in front of people and talk. That should not be getting up in front of people and talking. Kyrie believes his own drama.
Yeah.
And it's not even new. It's not even just this year. This is more of an airing of the grievances since Kyrie was probably at Duke. And being a Virginia fan, you know, I've been sick of Kyrie for a long time. His 2 games that he played at Duke, anyhow. Everywhere this guy has gone, drama, a cloud has followed him, and each time it's just gotten progressively worse. And now when he finally got to Brooklyn, he not forced his way there. He just signed to go there. Got his buddy KD to come with him. They go to Brooklyn. He's played, what, a third of the games? Legitimately, it's something like 40. It's less than 50% of all the games that he could have played. At least back when I was pulling the numbers.
Yeah.
He sits out half the season last year. Again, Kyrie is that guy that's always, he's sort of like Bizarro Superman. That's the only way, that's the best description that I can, and not like the new versions of whatever Bizarro is now, but like the old original version of what Bizarro Superman was, where he would try to save a cat that ran up a tree by like burning the tree down and blowing up half the block, and the cat would fall out the tree. He starts off like meaning well. He starts off in some realm of sanity, reality, and takes the most bizarre, ridiculous way to try to work his way back around to the point where he's so far over here, he's nowhere near any sort of reality or sanity anymore. I go back to him and believing the earth is flat just because he wants to, we can't prove that it's flat. To, now he was this year, all the drama, he tried to force his way. He didn't like where he was at Brooklyn. They were going to make him take a shot last year. He couldn't play half the games. He wasn't there for his team. One thing after another. Again, it's not to harp on any one thing. The shot thing is, everybody has their own opinion. But with Kyrie, it's always, he's so extra. He is so beyond extra. He's like the definition of extra. And I'm just done. I cannot tell you just how done I am with Kyrie Irving. If I'd never hear that dude again, I'd be perfect. I am perfectly fine with never hearing about him again.
I'll tell you what. Here's what I'm gonna say. Kyrie's so extra.
You're basic.
Listen, he's so damn extra. He's turned his ass completely around. He's completely circumnavigated around his flat Earth to basic.
Yeah. Everything about has gotten his coach fired. Well, one of the reasons. KD was in on that too, so not like no complete judgment. But I mean, Kyrie was the guy that Steve Nash had just gotten hired. Kyrie, they asked him about he thought of Steve Nash getting hired as the head coach. You know what head coaches do to basketball teams is coach them as the head. It's kind of in the title right there. And he said, "Oh well, we don't really need a coach with our team. What team doesn't need a coach? You idiot! Just stop talking. Stop, and stop trying to be a Jedi when you get on an interview too."
Well, yeah. And let me ask this. Let me ask you this question, because I think you'll love this question.
This is gonna be an interesting. I can already tell how things have already started with this stream. Jarrett's gonna interview me for these. This is gonna go well. This is gonna go
for great. This because when we get to my airing of the grievances, then it's gonna be back.
With you.
But
I'm totally
let me ask you this question. Considering the fact that Kyrie came into the Cavaliers after LeBron decided to take his talents to South Beach. Then LeBron decided to take his talents back home. So we didn't hear Kyrie was relatively quiet. And the thing was like, I remember seeing this cat when he first came into the NBA. Like, I was thinking about, like, he was kind of like, I looked at him in a lot of ways as kind of, when he came through, as kind of an Iverson 2.0, as like more skilled in different ways than Iverson was, but like a damn good finisher at the rim. The handles were there, and a damn good finisher at the rim. Nobody can argue about Kyrie's talent on the court when he's focused, right? Given what his talents are, and
I
mean, he's very exceptional, especially like as a small guard finisher at the rim, being able to go through. And again, when he was playing with the Cavaliers and had like no help, and you saw what he was able to come through and actually really come in and really like play. I mean, also he had to prove himself. You know, this is where being able to look back, hindsight, but put it to the point in time that he came into the league, dudes like rocking the rock. I mean, he is. Then LeBron comes back.
Yes.
And my question to you: did LeBron? Hey, YouTube, you gotta forward me a couple. Did LeBron fuck his head up?
No. See, and I don't even pause when saying that. No, this is not LeBron. I love taking shots at LeBron.
That's why I thought you would love that question.
You know that. Don't give Jarrett is completely trying to. He almost got like, oh, what is it LeBron's fault? Yes, it's like a default for me. Yes, it's him. He's not nearly.
That's why I wanted to put that out there.
No, you can't blame LeBron. Quite frankly, I think LeBron was the best thing that happened to him.
Probably.
Easily. It's
probably.
Forget just the championship.
Yeah.
Forget just the championship. The problem with Kyrie is the spotlight. And the problem was he had his own little cigarette lighter of a flashlight or a light that he was shining, and people were paying attention because he was in the pitch black dark of Cleveland before LeBron, after LeBron, and before LeBron.
Well, to give that statement credit, when I was talking about like him coming through and playing well, and like what he was able to do, and like Iverson 2.0, what I didn't state beforehand, but to give it to be 100% transparent, that was rear view mirror looking back at his career. Now, granted, that doesn't take away from him actually doing it on the court. But to your point, he was not on my radar.
No,
he wasn't on anybody's radar.
Oh, he was that guy that you go, oh yeah, he's pretty good. He plays for that terrible, god awful team. You'd see him twice a year, like on a random, Thursday night because they got their one game on television.
But
a year, and I'm like, as a Bulls fan, so I understand what the pain is of not seeing your team on TV. I'm not making fun of. I am, but I'm not.
Let's not forget, and you'll appreciate this. He was Cleveland. I can't remember his name. Cleveland's owner, who was pretty much wrote off this whole thing as like, Cleveland doesn't need you anyway. We're gonna do our whole thing.
Whole burning of the
Kyrie,
we're gonna do so much better now that you're gone.
Kyrie was his boy. just like Krause was with Kukoc and all that shit. I was just getting ready to
ask you, which statement is the stupidest statement of all time as far as an owner goes? Or an owner or like front office guy?
But sure. Yeah, you got to. Yeah.
Is it the one that he made when LeBron left, the owner? And I forgot what his name is. Hang on just a second. I will get his own. Dan Gilbert. There it is.
Yep, that's
Dan Gilbert.
One. Yep.
I was like, damn, but I couldn't remember his last name. Hence, why would I know? Yeah.
Why?
Anytime I know an owner's name that's not my team, the dude has a problem. There's never. I don't know any owner that's like
more of
just a good worker.
For me, it's more of well, and yeah, that's probably. I don't pay attention to owners as much unless they're, and even GMs, unless you're like a Pat Riley or someone who's a bit more involved in like what I see is like tangible effects to and like to general gameplay and matchups and things like that, because I can't help but think of like a coach. I just can't, like, it's just where my brain goes.
I enjoy the front office stuff. This is where Jarrett and I kind of differ as far as, and we'll talk about this as we go through.
I think we've watched this before. We've had this, you know. I'm more coaching X's and O's, matchups, that kind of a thing. Which granted, unfortunately, that doesn't always map to reality. You know, I'm thinking more of like, if I was a head coach, that would be my kind of take on things. And certainly, like, but at the same time, it is, I talk more about the matchup, right?
Sure. Right.
Ian comes in a we have a good kind of thing, because I'm coming in kind of
bases this way.
Well, I'm coming in from the coaching kind of side of things, and then from like extension to the player as like a matchup X's and O's side, and then Ian's coming in from like the pure fan side / star player side, which, let's be fair, the majority of like the fan allure is to the star player.
To the star.
Let's be 100% honest. To the front and office. Then you skip over the part that I focus on into like the side where like you pay more attention to the draft.
Yeah.
And it's like my point of view,
the building of the team, that type of thing. That's more my
draft picks and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I'm coming in from a coach's side. It's like, okay, how, like, if I were to be a coach, how would I influence that? But outside of it, for the most part, coaches are like, okay, this is I'm going to give my, in a best dynamic, the coach is going to be a consultant on that decision point.
Sure.
And it's, okay, this is who I need, this is what we're lacking, blah, 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 blah. And the GM is going to go in and kind of do his thing. And then the front office is going to figure out how to basically pull it out. So we're going to get the money to do this, you know?
Right.
Here's the money, here's the picks, here's what we have.
Let that be an ebb and flow to that. In other words, the coach can't make the final decision, but he's in on that decision. You know, it's not made in a room off in a vacuum somewhere behind closed doors, Jerry Krause. But you know, so it's not that type of thing. Anyhow, I was going to ask, which one is the stupidest statement ever made? The one by Dan Gilbert or the one by that idiot Jerry Krause back in the day about
it's hard. Players. It's hard. That's a hard call. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what.
The same thing.
I'll tell you this much. I'll tell you this right now. I'm gonna say Gilbert, only because we already saw what history bore out with the Chicago Bulls, right? And then Gilbert making a statement about LeBron James. It's like, okay, I'm sorry, but at that point in time for your team, you are legitimately talking about both Jordan and Pippen on your team, right? Like if you don't recognize that, then your ass should not be anywhere near any kind of ownership. Like it's just so brain dead.
And we're gonna get into the Bulls here in a little while, even without. But you're right. No, I mean, like, 10,000%.
We can. That's. I'm sorry, and I'm sorry. People can talk about LeBron, but I'm sorry for Cleveland. The weight he individually had for that franchise.
Yeah.
Sorry, no, I'm sorry,
and that's why I say what I do. That is not on LeBron. Kyrie Irving and his insanity is not on LeBron. What Kyrie's issue is his little sparkler didn't have enough light when the sun showed up.
Yeah.
And so he left. He got in a big huff about it. I'm not his little brother. I don't like him patting me on the head, stuff like that. Well, actually, that patting on the head was more.
So let me take a quick pause for the cause, because we have a Sith sighting.
What?
We have a Sith sighting in the chat.
That can't be.
What is up, brother?
Man, what's going on, buddy? What icon is that?
I don't even know, man.
At first, like from a distance, because it's really small on my screen, it looks like Cookie Monster. I'm like, what is Cookie Monster?
That is awesome, is what it is. Hey, what's up, good man? Hey, we're celebrating Festivus. We are going through our errands of the grievances for the year. Ian's got his list. I've got mine. And actually,
speaking of, you know what? You got to add Sith to the list. He was supposed to show up someplace back in September. He didn't. So we got to air it. I'm airing a grievance against him as well. And I'm going to add him to the list.
Man, life is hard, man. Life is hard.
Anyhow, so
life is hard, man.
I definitely, as far as Kyrie, Kyrie has a long-standing history of being nuts, and I'm done with him. If I don't hear from Kyrie anymore, our countdown has been at 0 for like the last. I think it's been at 0 for as long as it was, which was 10 minutes originally. So I think it's been at 0 for that.
No, it's
in
okay.
The negative
it's okay.
10 now. It's come all the way back around.
The timer is just a suggestion. It's not. No, we're not. It's just more of a way. But hey, it's working. Because it's something we can point to. It's like, oh, wait a minute, it's 0. Because otherwise, you and I be talking about this one topic.
I'm telling you, that's our next. That's the next step. We need some little musical interlude or something that we have no control over. Like it just kicks off and does some little musical interlude. That's
like you gotta understand. Okay, so fuck. I know how to do that.
I'll do it on my end. No, I'll do it. I can set it on my end.
So like a timer.
This is talking out loud type of deal.
Like, oh, now that would be cool. So if you could set like a timer on your end that fires off,
and it'll just kick on and it'll fire off.
Because ladies and gentlemen, Ian can bounce off sound effects too.
Yeah.
He actually had got that set up on his stream deck. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Right. We are going to move over to my man's favorite team, the Chicago Bulls. So the first thing here that I want to be able to play into my man's overall just sense of clarity and sense of self. I want everyone to appreciate my man, Zach LaVine, twerking like a mofo. That's... I love you, brother. Now, here's the thing. I had, and I wasn't going to do you dirty. But guess what? About, I don't know, 12 to 10 hours ago this morning, when I was setting a lot of this stuff up, I had a thought about doing you dirty. only because I knew it was airing of the grievances. So, but you know what? I thought I was gonna. This is like the neutral. This is, you know.
At this point, what's going on? What is going on in Chicago? That team. So, I first have to start off by saying, I'm obviously, if you've ever watched the stream, you know this. You see the sign behind wherever it is. I can never point to it behind me. I always have to look to actually be able to do it.
Well, let's also not forget. Let's also not forget that Sif's got a bit of a jab at your Giants too.
Oh yeah. Hey. Okay. Just between us. I'm not going to mention it like loud. So just us. Just us.
Hey, you're the editor, so you can cut out whatever.
Yes, just true. That is true. Just between us. Yeah, we're not actually good. This year. We're not.
Not really.
I'm enjoying every single win, but
sure.
We're not good.
We're
just. Yeah. I mean,
I saw the first time I saw them. The first time I saw them was that Thanksgiving game. That Thanksgiving game, and they got that lead in at the half, and then what's so weird. You didn't send it to me, but like in my head, I thought of you sending me a text that they're gonna blow it in the second half.
Because I'm like, they're just the entire season. We were talking about the Bulls, and yet we haven't talked about the Bulls. We're talking about the Giants. It's all right. It's
getting worked. We go on tangents.
No.
It's okay.
Absolutely. So I will say this. This is how this football season has gone for me as a Giants fan. We won the first game. I was like, hey, cool, we got one. All right, we're not gonna, be the Detroit Lions. Yay, good for us. We are gonna have one win this year. Or maybe, we might get to 4 wins, possibly. Topping out at about 4 to 5 wins but we were going to build, and we were finally going to jettison the quarterback, because that would put us in a good spot for the draft. Again, thinking front office, it'll get us a good spot in the draft. We'll be able to get a quarterback next year. We're having to cut all these people, some of these good players in the preseason. We're going to see improvement by getting worse in a weird, twisted way.
Sure. Yeah.
And then they won game 2, and it was like, hey, okay, doesn't matter. We're going to now be 2-14, 15. The 17 games throws me off still for some reason. Okay, we won. Oh, we're 2-1. Okay, yeah, that's about the right direction. 3-1. Wait a minute. What are y'all? 4-5-1. Wait a second. Hang on. What are y'all doing? What are you doing? You're not this good. You would watch them. As a Giants fan, I'm watching them going, they're not this good. The other team is just clearly playing down to their talent or something. They're not good. And they will just win. Now, I will say, and I'll give you your team credit briefly here. The tie was a tie, and ties in football is ridiculous.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about soccer.
No,
ties in football is the stupidest thing ever.
We got to figure that out. Yeah.
Come on. So that's bad enough. That was pass interference. That was pass interference.
I didn't even watch the game.
Okay, so the final play, Washington comes down. I'm not going to call him the other thing. Washington comes down the field. They're down.
The team without a name.
Yeah, the team without a name. There were 2 plays. So first, Washington, I think they're at the 1 or 2 yard line. So keep that in mind. Time's not really the issue right now. It's the yardage. They go in for a touchdown. Washington runs the ball, touchdown, flag. What's the penalty? The penalty is the guy wasn't lined up on the line, and I forget what that's called. Illegal formation. I think it's illegal formation. The wide receiver wasn't. The wide receiver who had nothing to do with the play.
Yeah, you have to have 7 points on the line of scrimmage.
Well, he was this far, way out on the other, on the outside. Yeah, we're wide receivers line up. He's out there. He turns to the ref and goes like this, like wide receivers do on practically every play. Like, hey, am I good? And the ref usually goes, yes, or move up a little bit.
Because I mean, to be fair, a lot of people like are casual football fans, especially if you haven't played football. I'm talking about a former lineman, because my fat ass wasn't going to be a wideout for anybody. But let's make this clear, dude. Like, people watching football on TV, especially now. Hey, guess what? That guy way wide out doesn't get that like line drawn out for him. And he has to
see the little yellow line that shows the first down.
No, like they don't see that shit. They have to eyeball that shit. And no, you're not. And so like what Ian's talking about is a very like common discussion, and saying like for that side coach, and a part of that, I'm sorry for that, like that line judge, that's a very common discussion. And no, he's not going to know that. He's not going to know that off the top.
It kind of does say it right there in the name. You're
the line judge.
He judges the line.
I'm talking
to you, does, but I'm gonna go out on a limb, and figure out
where you would think, is where you would think that the decision conversation would be around. Like, hey, I mean, basically, here's the thing: is that I don't care if that wideout is 5 yards back for some stupid reason. But if he talks to the line judge and the line judge says you're good,
if I pull up
you're
to a
good.
Light, if I pull up to a light and there's a policeman there and I say, hey, can I make a right turn here? And he goes, and I turn right. Like, that means we're good. He turns, he asks him, if you watch the play, the ref already is reaching for his flag.
The wideout, the thing is, like, the wideouts and the cornerbacks talk to the referees more than anyone during the game.
Sure. Well, he asked him. You clearly see him go. He lines up and he goes, yeah, to the ref. Like, you clearly see
everyone's good.
Like, and the ref, it looks like the ref nods. I don't know what the ref, but you also see the ref reaching for his flag already. Play hasn't started.
That's
play hasn't started.
I don't care who's playing. I don't care who's playing. I don't care if it's my team or anybody else's team.
I'm arguing for Washington at this point.
That's fucked up.
I was just like, so that was play one. The next, or the final play, quarterback rolls out. He throws. He's running around. He finally throws to his wide receiver, who is, let's say, defended. That's the word we're gonna go with. It was good coverage, really tight coverage. So tight that jerseys could have been swapped and no one would have really noticed. Like during the game, like they could have just switched jerseys in that moment. And so the wide receiver had broken out to the outside and he's attempting to just come back in. It's normal play. He's attempting to come back in. The defender grabs his arm and jersey, like to the point where, I mean, it's very clear what he's fine. Fair enough. You know, it's a scrum. Sometimes it's hard. The ball is in the air. The guy has his arm wrapped around one arm. So the receiver's like this. The other arm the defender has is on the guy's shoulder.
Oh God, no.
So you can't jump. So
there's ways there's ways to work within the system, right?
Sure.
And there's ways
also giving someone a hug.
So, well, no. So again, there's the call is impeding the catch, right?
Oh yeah.
Now there's some leeway around, and especially depending on the officiating team, right? Around what qualifies for that. But there's also some decision around, like, am I as a defender, let's say I'm a safety and I'm covering somebody, right? I have some kind of leeway in what I can do. What I can't do is overtly impede their movement. But here's the thing, here's the trick. But I can't like overtly impede their capacity to catch. Right?
Right.
But here's the trick. The impeding on them making the catch comes when the ball comes in within a certain trajectory, which means there's a lot of leeway on what you can kind of do strategically with their arm.
This was pass interference in every definition, just except for the ref that was watching the game.
I'm saying this
as a Giants fan.
I'm not. No, and I did not see this. I'm talking more from just general kind of rules called on field and the kind of that kind of thing.
This was rough. It's like I said, it's arm. It's every definition of, all of us couch referees that sit and watch games. We know certain things. Like there's certain things that you do know.
I'll have to look at that. And
go watch it, but it's bad. It's Ian
will be the first to tell you. Ian will be the first to tell you that I may have a team of sorts, but I like, as far as like rules, I don't like,
right's right, wrong's wrong.
But I don't care. I don't play that. I don't play that fan shit of like trying to argue a call because it benefits my team if the call is fucking wrong. And
this is one where I'm going like, oh dude, and
so many of those things. But also I got a
combination back to back of on the same drive, the same 4 downs for the game, like the decision to, and it wouldn't have won them the game. So keep this in mind. Even if they scored a touchdown there, they still had to get 2. They were down 8. So it wasn't like, but it took your chance away. Like however you do it, you can't get to everybody's like, well, you still got to get 2. True, fair enough. Absolutely.
Momentum. Do not like I'm sorry, but like I will argue to the teeth about momentum points within the game in football. It's especially a huge thing. It gets everybody. There's certain things where and you get that taken away from you,
where you get to go to the side and kind of bang your bat for a second and kind of hang your head and then go, okay, all right, ready, let's go back out there. This is we're turning back around 40 seconds. You're back out there.
I am rules as written. I don't care about any individual team in terms of that shit. It's rules as written, and it's like, but I'll also be where like those like we're like, and there's so many shit like we're like the calls are just so fucking tight. It's so fucking hard to call. I'm
sure,
like,
you can't.
I'm just like, well, that's where I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna go with the officials. That's you know what? I'm not even gonna argue it. You know,
this was it was the back to back. It was rough. So anyhow, that's neither here nor there.
You know what? We talked about your Giants. We're going in overtime. Obviously, we got a timer on it, but we're gonna figure out that the timer is a suggestion, not a rule. So I want to make sure that you get your piece on your Bulls because I know you love that team so much,
man.
And I want to make sure you get your piece and what you want to say about it. So hey, the floor is yours on the Bulls, brother.
All right, my Bulls. Like I said, I started this off by saying that is my team that of the three. Like if I had to pick one, that's the team that of my favorite teams. That's the team.
Sure.
Like if I could own a team, that's the team I own. That type of stuff. Mainly because the Mets don't need a new owner. Thank you, Steve.
Oh dear God. Yes.
Anyhow, their owner is amazing.
Yep.
So
I'm not even a baseball fan, and I'm like, you know,
Uncle Steve Cohen. Yeah, love you, man. You the man. You're awesome. My Bulls, however, are less than. They have been quite less than awesome. They're attempting to right the ship right now. And speaking of airing of the grievances, in the spirit of Festivus, the Bulls had an airing of the grievances about a week ago. Maybe not quite a week, but roughly about a week ago. They had some airing of the grievances of their own. One, Zachary Levine. They had just lost to the Minnesota Timberwolves 150. Hang on, let me see. 150 to 126. That was a regular, that was not overtime, no 2 overtimes. That was just regular old standard game, 150 points they gave up.
Okay, so let me,
which takes effort.
But let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this straight up.
Mm-hmm.
Was anybody playing defense in that fucking game?
Oh, it gets better. Minnesota's not a bad team, right?
Not just Chicago, but their opponent.
No, nobody is. But at some point, if you're going on a clip of 150, Lord, and they were up pretty much plus 20 the entire way. Yeah. So, and you know, the games like that, it's not like you've played your starters from the get-go and all the way through the fourth quarter and just ran up the score.
No.
But hang on. Maybe they played the starters. Maybe they played the starters though for 3 quarters, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm. So there's this other little thing. Let's see who did not play. Who would you say is the most well-known Minnesota Timberwolf right now? Who's their star?
Cat and D'Angelo. And
the big guy that they just traded for.
And obviously Rudy Gobert. But I've never, and this is coming from me. And you know my predilections.
No.
Gobert. I've never really attributed star value to.
I think that player.
No, I think that I've watched him play, and I love solid defensive bigs, right?
Right.
You know how I roll, right? But there's other intangibles to it. And this is okay. Listen.
Before we even get off this, hang on just a second.
Because I got something on Gobert.
We can talk about Gobert in a little bit. Let me before we go off the subject too far. He didn't play in this game, so it didn't matter. Cat didn't play in this game.
Oh dear God.
D'Angelo Russell, he played, but was a game time decision. He was sick.
Oh, fuck.
The Bulls didn't get the A team. They didn't get the B team. They had like the C or D team that was out there. Didn't play any of those guys. They lost by, 24 points. Gave up 150 points. After the game, Zach LaVine talked about, it was embarrassing, and, talked about defense and things like that, and how we don't trust each other, et cetera, et cetera. And the other teammates were talking about, trust and things like that. They were talking about him. That's who they don't trust.
Yeah.
It is Zach.
Yeah.
They don't trust you, man. It is you specifically.
Yeah.
Not.
Yeah.
Yes, DeMar.
You're
DeMar and
twerking
you not
ass
vibing.
over here. Yeah.
Learn defense, man. I'm not saying you need to be Patrick Beverly out there. You don't need to be Jimmy Butler. You just need to have some semblance.
But see, that's the thing. That's the thing.
Hard.
If you have any kind of sense of it, you got. If you got P. Will, and there's been some arguments around P. Will's overall defense.
I'm gonna get to him.
You know what? No, you know what? My take on it.
He's your leader.
I've looked at certain plays coming through, and you know what? I think I'm not convinced that Patrick is not a good defender. I think that P. Will is he's a system defender. He's a help defender. He's or at the very least you got to decide with him.
Well, I was gonna say with P. Will's biggest strength as far as
owning the underlying securities of an index means you'll never miss a market.
Random stuff starts playing in your ear, just really messes with me. It was on my end.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, I had turned to look at what the Bulls score was.
No. That's fine. That's fine.
Playing. The biggest plus with P. Will as far as defense, I don't consider him a problem defensively. Offensively, dude, and he is starting. Now he's in year 3. This should have started some time ago, but hey, his greatest asset is that he can switch very easily. He's extremely fluid. You put him in a pick and roll, he will switch to whoever else gets,
right.
And he's fine.
Yep.
You don't need to go out there with him. He switches over to a point guard.
He's
okay,
fluid
he can
like
stay
that.
with him. He's because he was a point guard. So when he's still young, and that is always his saving grace. At some point, he won't be. He's 21, I believe. He just turned 21.
No, I see him. That's what I'm saying. I see him as a system. I see him as a system defender. He's one of those guys. Is like, whereas, and it's as he's
when you say system defender, I think of a certain type.
As he's gotten older. Well, the reason why I see him as like a system defender, because like if you ask me, that's Scottie Pippen's greatest strength. He's that guy that defends. Like, okay,
he might spearhead the system. We
have a system in place, and he's someone that you could build that system around.
Okay, so you're saying he's more like a center of the system as opposed. When I think of system, no, I'm with you. I just had to figure out what you were meaning.
Fair enough.
System,
I might be using wrong words, but
in a system, and like Zach LaVine would be a guy that I would say is a system defender. He looks like a good defender as long as everybody else around him is doing the right thing. He knows to be. I'm thinking he is the system. Okay, the spearhead or like built around. Fair enough. Okay,
to a point, we're with it. But also to like what I would say.
I'm like, wait a second.
Given where P. Will is going to be positioned, then he needs and to be fair, Vooch can fill this role just to be a big body in place, and then P. Will can come in and be that assist defender in that system. But it's like his
strength is being able, like I said, he can guard pretty much 1 through 5. I'm not saying he's just going to be out there and just shut down Chris Paul on a fast break, or be able to handle Rudy Gobert by himself under the basket.
He's better suited to have
to them.
Yeah. Oh no. Like on given today's NBA with these switching screens and all the dribble handoffs that are going on. No, I mean he will
not nearly at this level. When I say this name, it's not nearly at this level, but it's that kind of a guy. He's got the ability to be sort of like Draymond.
Yeah, Draymond's closer. Draymond's closer.
Yeah,
it's like
it's more that,
and that's where I kind of. But what I saw is like I see a lot of the. I see a lot because again I don't watch basketball games like normal people. I watch basketball games like I'm coaching it, and with P. Will, the reason why I think that he can be he could be a great focus point on a defense as you would put Scottie Pippen into, because when he came into the league, a lot of the initial analogies were putting him closer to a Kawhi Leonard type player, right? Now,
I think people have gotten away from that, except for Stacey King, who calls him the Paul still. But once we get past that,
I can't. But see, I'm looking at his raw talent, and that dude, it. I think he. This is why also to a point, I think he's system dependent. I think he needs to get his ass outside of Chicago. I think he needs to get him to some place where the system actually works with him, because I think you know what we talk about Minnesota. Send his fucking ass to Minnesota with Rudy.
Okay, they send us Cat back. That's fine.
Okay,
1 for 1.
Okay,
we'll do it 1 for 1.
I'll take you know what defensively.
Defensively that would be a terrible.
I'll take Rudy and P. Will all day.
Yeah,
and then
defensively,
and here's the thing: is then you can start to shift and rework how you work your perimeter, and then all these things, and where you're going to go more offensive or defensive. And it's like, okay, we got a lead, now we got to shut their ass down. Give me fucking P. Will and Rudy all day.
The thing is, I'm not positive you're gonna get a lead. You're gonna be struggling to score, man.
See, no, son. No, son. No, son. No, son. Here's the thing. So, there've already been analytics done that have already been proven that Cat is neither an offensive or defensive plus for the Timberwolves right now. And then and then you take Rudy out, you do some other things, but with a P. Will, see, and here's the thing about a P. Will, and you know this about this dude. You give him an opportunity where he can just start to get his motor going defensively. His ass is gonna show up on offense. And that's the trick with him. He needs a system where he's, if he can come in with Rudy and it's like, all right, hey, you, me, all day, we're shutting this shit down. But when it comes time, brother, I need you to take care of it, because Rudy was the one. Rudy was the dude. I mean, like, you talk about like his name, but let's put some respect on it. What he did with the Jazz, talk to me about the Jazz perimeter defense.
Why would I do that? There was no Jazz perimeter defense. Is that a thing? Did they have it? Their defense was Olay.
And guess what? Guess what? With Rudy in the perimeter, they and I agree with you.
Inside.
With no perimeter defense, had one of the highest rated perimeter defenses.
because all you had to do was run beside someone as they ran into Rudy.
It was the threat. It was the threat.
Nobody was going all the way to the basket.
It was the threat.
Because that, no, completely. And so people would they'd run to mid-range and pull up and shoot. And that's not their strength. Most players today's game, outside of like a few.
Chicago.
But yeah, most are in Chicago.
Dallas.
But,
yeah.
Well,
it's shifting.
Dallas isn't really mid-range. Like Luka's
now.
Not a mid-range guy.
No, he is. Shoot. No, Luka's. But he's a 3-point shooter. Like he can shoot threes. Oh, he can shoot threes. But Luka,
35%.
Luka actually right now in today's league is pretty dangerous all over the floor.
Yeah.
He's just that dude.
Okay, we will also trade P. Will for Luka. That is also a trade I will go ahead and do as a Bulls fan.
You're already talking to Minnesota.
Saying, I will also
and you're
make that trade.
talking about a three-team trade.
A 3-team trade where we get Cat and Luka back. I want to see if we can put together the all offensive, no defensive team on the court. So if I can get Luka and Cat
Point
and Luka, Cat, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan,
and then find somebody at 4 to just
Vooch is the center. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyhow, that's ridiculousness. The Bulls right now, it starts and ends with Zach. The problem Zach has started happening. A few things have had, it's been a little bit of a perfect storm to build to this point. But Zach's issue, one was he started the season, I don't believe he came into the season, either he wasn't in shape, as in was lazy over the summer, or he wasn't in shape because he had surgery.
I think,
no one knows for sure. And that's the problem. He does, the team does, but no one outside of that really truly knows.
Which would lead you to think that it's the worst side of because if it was the good side of it, surgery, you would have been selling that story.
It's a lot different. That's a lot different. Yeah. And here's the reason I'm not so sure it wasn't. I haven't been working out as hard as I should. I don't mean he's lazy, he's just sitting around, but as hard as you could be to really move to that next level. You're getting that max deal and things like that. And I don't care about the money. Like, you get your money. I don't care who gets your money. Get your money. Get however much money. If somebody's offering me $250 million to sit here and talk to you, I'm taking it. So by the way, if anybody is, you contact me anytime. I've got it. No, but honestly, if you have, go get your money. No problem with the money. I don't care. Get your money. But if you come in and now you're not playing hard or as hard as you can be, your teammates know that. Your teammates start feeling that, oh, what's going on? Why is he playing this? Is he hurt? Like, if he's hurt, they would know that too, and kind of understand. Right. But the rumblings started, and DeMar has started sort of leading the rumblings. And the rift appeared to be between DeMar and Zach. Now, Zach's been there longer. I like Zach better. I like him better as a player. I do. Not saying he's better than DeMar, just saying I like him better than DeMar.
Yeah.
He's a little more, he's that.
DeMar's one of those guys.
And DeMar's never won. Let's keep that very clear.
DeMar's see, my biggest issue with DeMar is that his elevator pitch is Scottie Pippen, and he doesn't have the defensive chops to back it up.
To be that.
He has the secondary or tertiary scoring. He has the secondary playmaking.
Right.
But he's not the rebounder Scotty is, or the defensive player that Scotty is.
And there's a reason.
That's the problem.
And there is a reason that Toronto traded him. He could never get past LeBron.
Right.
And I say he. Toronto, the team, could never get past the LeBron in the East. They trade him. They bring in a guy that can
remind me of
now,
this.
I don't remember the timeline as far as where LeBron is at that point either.
Right. But also, you talk about timelines and where I'm losing the script a little bit as far as the timing between DeMar and Kawhi in San Antonio.
DeMar was traded for Kawhi. That's what it comes down to.
That's what I was thinking it was.
Yeah.
And the reason why I thought about it in the first place, because you talked about reasons for, right?
Mm-hmm.
You talk about system people. DeMar is 100% one of those cats that if you toss him into the right system, the right coach, and the right people around, can he be an asset? Hell yeah, he can be an asset.
And he's been an asset everywhere he's gone.
Like, I'm sorry, but you know what? Why the fuck isn't he playing point guard? Because you know what? In today's NBA, kicking it in is like going in is like a mid-range scoring and passing threat. Why the fuck don't you make him as your point guard and then like just have him be that guy that can if you're a point guard that's a scoring threat from just past the 3-point line and in, but it is also a solid passing threat, and then could also then in turn think about triple threat, like being able to go in and finish, and then with today's NBA, we're like and then wrap around 3-point shooters and then an interior finisher. Wait a minute, I lost you. And I don't have anything up that I would lose you. And I don't see an OBS.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, brother.
I don't know what that was about. Let me try it one more.
Okay, now you're muted. Muted.
So somewhere along the way, Ninja on the back end just decided that it no longer wanted me to talk through the stream. So I switch over to the microphone, which is the same thing I'm talking through. You can hear me, but I don't sound the same probably. Let me try
that. Can you still hear me?
I can.
You can?
Yeah.
Yeah, I really have no idea. Something with the wavelength stream just decided it didn't want to. Anyhow, neither here nor there. Y'all can hear me. That's all that matters.
Yeah, it's a bit.
What I was gonna say.
I think. Yeah, just keep. I'm gonna watch your levels. Just keep talking.
Okay. Yeah, I'm probably not getting the benefit of the clean audio now because I switched over to this one.
Okay, now it's to me it sounds okay, and at least on OBS it looks like your levels are at least hitting where they should be, right? So,
can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So one of the things that is the issue in Chicago is not having Lonzo. Without having Lonzo you got guys not in position where they need to be. You don't have anybody on the court, the floor general, that's saying, Zach, go left, DeMar, go right now.
Right.
And do so without the ball in their hand. Zach and DeMar both sort of play off of each other.
And
they cover sort of the same space.
This is where DeMar will always be that secondary playmaker role.
Well, but he's also by nature his default setting is a scorer, and that's just it's not a knock. It's just his default setting. The same as Zach. Zach technically was a point guard coming out in the draft. Zach's default setting is scorer. Like that's right. If it all just sort of breaking down, guard, and it tends to break down.
They both kind of have that scoring point guard mentality. But DeMar has at least proving out to his stats overall. And you know what?
As being that other guy.
He's proven himself to be a solid like what you would call kind of the hockey assist kind of guy, where he's
what
like
you're saying about the secondary guy. He's not the guy coming up. He's not Chris Paul. He's not coming up and setting you here.
He's able to come in and get in position, and sure, he'd like to score.
Things have already started moving.
I'll give him credit.
And then he gets the ball and sees it.
Yes. Yeah. He's very system aware. He's very smart, capable
IQ
and IQ. Yeah, and be able to position himself. And this is where DeMar has been one of those guys that I've been so interested in, just from a theory level. Just okay, what happens when you place that there? Because I talked about the trade between him, like the moves between him and Kawhi, right? And from Toronto to San Antonio, and then my biggest thing with him is that he hasn't been able to appropriately position that mid-range playmaker.
Sorry, I just think it's really apropos. Just the name of the song is called "Fly Me Away," and it came out right beside Zach LaVine's head. That might be a thing. It might be a thing.
That might be a thing. But anyway, with his defense, with his his defense just isn't really.
It's effort, and if you're the leader, and you're the leader by, unfortunately, money is what's making you the leader. DeMar is now seeing the end of his career. I mean, like he very clearly sees the end of his career. He knows where not only what Zach's abilities are, but you can tell the difference between when someone's mailing it in or not mailing it in like he doesn't care. Because that's not. I don't want it to sound like Zach's like a malcontent, bad person. But sometimes your best friend, good person, needs a kick in their ass. There's no other way to say it. And when they're not doing what they need to be doing. We have that discussion every other month. Like, that's not even. I mean, shoot, Jarrett and I, we'll battle each other. Like,
yeah, dude.
It's part of that brotherhood thing. You gotta have that. I'm hoping this is what this becomes.
It's that.
This might be a moment of Zach kind of feeling himself a little bit like,
yeah.
And, I mean, I can't blame him in this way.
My thing is, here's the thing is like, it's one of if the Chicago Bulls are going to play out the way they're constituted, that's not how it's going to go. But let's talk about if that's how it's constituted.
Right.
Zach and DeMar have to develop that something. It's like, I don't know if it's a wild night in Las Vegas or something, or just like, oh, like they and let's also give some context to the fact that they haven't had the time together that, say, you and me have had.
Sure. Oh, right? Absolutely. No.
So a lot of like pundits and everything try and attach this necessity for camaraderie in a very, very quick, finite point in time.
Well, you've played together since the preseason. That was like a week and a half ago. What are you talking about? Why would we know each other?
Right. Why are we going to be boys, right?
And Zach and DeMar, this is year two. So
fair enough.
They also weren't designed to be, when they were, Karnisovas was putting this team together. It wasn't supposed to be Zach and DeMar running the show. It's supposed to be Lonzo running the show, and they're your two stars.
Sure. Right.
With Vooch, that type of thing.
Yeah.
So it's fair enough. All of that's fair enough. But let me put this into perspective to just how bad the Bulls have been. They're on a currently 3-game winning streak, because I just saw that they did win tonight. I hadn't seen the score, but they did win tonight. So to take out, as of last week when we were first putting this together, the Bulls were the 4th worst team in the NBA. Not 4th best, not in the top 4, not in the middle of the pack, not in the bottom half of the, no, they were bottom 4 of the league. 11 wins. 11 and 18, I want to say. Hang on, let me scroll. Yeah, 11 and 18. They were sitting at a whopping 11 and 18. Now they won 3 straight. Big deal. I've seen they go on runs. They're not bottom quarter of the league bad. If they just played out the season in the turmoil that they were at, they're not that bad. They have stars. Stars can win you games, especially regular season. They have been that bad. They don't play. It's the continuity. The same type of thing that's going on in Phoenix, quite frankly. Phoenix is kind of having this same issue.
They are.
Which on paper,
looking at the depth charts, it like with Crowder and Booker,
when something doesn't smell right, just something's can't peg it, but something isn't.
It's hard because again, like I feel they should have pieces that could, and I want so let me ask you this. And I don't know if this is it. I'm asking this question because I think this is the first point to get to with the Suns. Mm-hmm. Do you think there's friction between Booker and Paul?
No, I think so. Chris Paul, I'll tell you, Chris Paul is not one of those guys I would consider. Everybody makes him out to be this great locker room guy. I'm not so sure that's true.
I know. That's why I'm asking the question.
I find him, he's one of those that will grate you. And sometimes grading you is to drive you. Fair enough, but it's still grading you. Mm-hmm. And that's similar to coaches in this way. So we've talked before about how you have certain coaches that are, everything is on fire. You need somebody to come in and tear it down and start rebuilding. Yep. But that's not the same guy that you're going to have when it's the
that's
polished,
not the guy that's going to get you. That's not the guy that's going to get you the championship.
You're not bringing him in to win the title. Right. He needs to tear it down and the whole place, get the fire hose and put it out.
And there's coaches out there. They're not going to say this out loud.
No, of course not.
Like, okay, let's be fair. Thibodeau. Let's get this out there. Right?
Tibbs.
Hey, I love Thibodeau. Like I love Thibodeau. Hey, Acadians, you got that bow at the end. Hey, I know somewhere way back You'll drop that X off the end, but I know where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Hey, but I love Thibs. I love Thibs because he's a hard-nosed, just defensive-minded player. But no, he is not gonna be the coach.
He's not winning your title. Sorry, Knicks fans. Knicks fans.
No,
he's not winning your title. Now,
but the thing
his
is,
closest,
you need that.
The closest he ever got it was in Chicago.
I see it in business. I see it when you have those folks that are just so good at getting a program launched.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And then they need to move on to get another program launched. And you have someone who's great at kind of maintaining and setting things up from there and just kind of driving out. And then it's there where you figure out, it's okay, are you going to be able to send us to the finish line and everything else? You know what? But guess what? That manager that's able to come in and plant and set up, boom, 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 over the course of like a 10-year career, consistently, they're actually going to make more money than the potential, like, send it to the finish line, because their feast or famine.
Right, exactly.
So the averages, right? So it's like, if you're coming in, if you're someone comfortable and it's like, I want to be able to set consistent, when you look at like stock market, I just want to be able to set up like consistent growth.
Right. Yeah.
Thibodeau is consistent growth.
Yeah.
He's that guy that can come in and set a system.
Consistent growth to a cap. with a cap.
But the thing is, you need those guys.
You do.
You need those guys.
I always like Tibbs. Tibbs was awesome.
Set that nucleus. Awesome in Chicago. I do too. I don't even have the Chicago ties. I will agree with that.
When he might still be in Chicago. Quite frankly, two things: if the front office could have gotten over themselves, and of course,
I'm not. You know what? You know what?
Blow out a knee.
You know, I can't argue for the value of a Thibodeau staying longer in Chicago. The only thing I will argue, I'm not even a Knicks fan, but I'm more of a
believer. You think his time is coming to an end in New York?
Well, no, I'm just like what I was talking about. I was like, I'm a believer in putting in spark plugs in the right places, and I think Thibodeau has set us as solid. It's what he does. Wherever he leaves, he set foundation. There. Like let's not get that twisted. That's what the guy does, right?
Right.
So I think it's time to try and then move on with someone that can really, it's like, okay, no, like, yeah, let's go with this. Let's get this shit done. They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it.
No. Well,
but you need that guy that's going to be young, eager, hungry, and it's like, let's fucking go. You need that coach. Every team at certain points in time, every team needs that coach where it's like, let's fucking go. They're not going to get it done, but it doesn't matter, because then what it does, it just sets the seed. It just expands it out, and you just build it, and you get the right pieces here, the right pieces there, and things out. But like, you need it. You need that guy somewhere where it's like chess. It's like chess. You can play all protective all you want, But then ultimately you're gonna get to a point where it just comes down to a slog. Okay, fair enough. You're gonna have to tag team out somebody. Let's talk about wrestling tag teams. Like you gotta bring that spark.
You do, and with Chicago right now, even that's what
think
they're
they
missing.
need a
They're
spark.
missing the guy
they need a spark.
Something needs to be reshuffled. It's that you're something smells, and I can't quite find it.
They need Lonzo. They need Lonzo on the floor, and they need aggression.
And those would be theoretically things that I'm very cautious as a Bulls fan, or just as an NBA, as a basketball fan. I'm very cautious. Everyone wants to jump to, well, it's just Lonzo. If Lonzo's there, then Lonzo makes all the difference, and everything is back to roses and sunshine, just like last year when we were doing our thing. They'll be better. Lonzo isn't Michael Jordan.
No, that's why I argue that they need Lonzo and they need aggression. They need,
which Lonzo brings.
Just he helps. But I am not arguing that Lonzo is the. That's why I said if I would have thought
I know
that
you weren't arguing that. I was just meaning in general. A lot of Bulls fans are out there. They're like, "Oh, it's just Lonzo. Yeah. We just need Lonzo. Once Lonzo gets back." No. First off, if you spend most of your season waiting on a guy, the fact is, whenever Lonzo comes back, and there's a good chance he didn't come back this year at all. But whenever he does, he's not the Lonzo that we last saw. He's not going to be. He's no. First off, nobody's the same person they were a year and a half ago. Also, the things that I was talking about with Zach early in the season, how he wasn't quite right, maybe he was hurt, that type of thing. Okay, if you've had surgery, you're not right for a little while. It's trust, it's movement. Okay, I was able to do that, but it's tomorrow morning. Am I going to be able to get up and roll out of bed and jump? Those are the types. The loose ball. I think about diving for the loose ball instead of diving for the loose ball, or I think about making this cut instead of making the cut. Yeah, instinctual. And there, without that, it takes a while.
I love the word trust in context.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. It's like people talk about trust and everything like that, but like no, it's and you hit on an excellent point. It's trust in context, and like you talk about like those second decisions. A lot of people don't talk about those, like just that hesitation, that, and a lot of it comes to play with that. And you know what? People talk about like this whole positionless NBA and all this shit. I'm gonna tell you, I'm sorry. You need somebody making.
Are you airing some grievances? Are you airing?
Have you met me? You need somebody on the floor making the fucking decisions.
And quickly.
And like that coach on the floor. I don't care. And like where if you want to argue to me about the positionless NBA, when you look at Joker and like other players on the floor, no, you know what? No. Okay. You want to argue like it doesn't have to be that traditional point guard? I'll agree. I will agree. But guess what, people? You need that general. You need somebody. Get out. Hey, like those 90s Bulls, that fucking general wasn't playing point guard.
No, he was a 6'7" small forward from Central Arkansas.
Man, if he wasn't a 6'6" shooting guard from North Carolina. Listen,
that's the wrong. See,
listen.
you were doing the Kenny Omega. So you know, you were doing the Kenny Omega. He was trying to act like he was trying to do the Michael Jordan one. That was Kenny Omega's intro. That was he did the Kenny Omega intro. Anyhow, I'm not gonna let you slide on that, man. This
is why I love my boy.
he tried to pull it out like, yeah, okay, no, they did not sound like that. And the United said it. They didn't break out North Carolina. No, they didn't do that. That's not how they said it.
Let's be fair.
For anybody that doesn't know, I was gonna say, for anybody that doesn't know what we're talking about, Kenny Omega, he's a wrestler. He's a wrestler over in AEW. And his introduction when he comes out, one of the lines is from North Carolina, and it's drug out exactly like Jarrett just did it.
North Carolina.
Just saying.
I'm saying this is why I love my boy, because he didn't miss a second.
I was like, wait, no.
I switched gears on him. But now to be fair,
we'll wrap this up. Yeah.
Hey, you know what I was gonna say, because hey, you got 2 more points here. And we can drag this out as long as we want to.
Yeah. That's not the yeah.
But on my end, this is gonna be another stream real quick. So we're gonna take a little bit of a break. Let me take care of a little bit of a natural imperative, and then we'll get back, because yeah, I'm all about talking about Trae Young.
This is going to be funny. This is actually going to be Jarrett will take this one over. Because maybe we should do baseball owners first and then go to Trae
Young. We can.
Yeah.
It'll fuck with the graphic, but we can.
Don't worry about it. We'll do it. We'll do it this way. We'll have to come, but we'll hit Trae Young quickly. Let's do it this way. That way we keep the kind of timeline thing going. Let's hit Trae Young, but brief. Hit baseball owners, and then we'll go back to Trae Young, because that'll lead in nicely to your area as well.
Yeah, that sounds good. Cool. All right. Hey, for everyone hanging out, appreciate it. We're celebrating Festivus, the airing of grievances. We're complaining about a lot of shit. Got a lot of problem with you people, and you're gonna hear about it. But I also have to pee. So, we'll be right back. I love you all.
North Carolina.
I gotta go down and pee in North Carolina. All right. We'll be right back.
Be right back.
One eternity later.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for waiting for us. There was some back end, their revisions and other things in place, and the making of the drinks and much merriment, and everyone rejoiced. So now we're continuing on. We're continuing on.
This was supposed to have been during our airing of the grievances the whole time. Oh well.
Airing of the grievances. So. Trae Young.
Man, I hate short guards. I gotta tell you. I cannot. So, there was one good little short guard, and now everybody thinks they're him. Steph Curry.
Let's also reflect the fact that one short guard was from the state of Virginia. Let's get this clear.
That's true. AI. We got AI. Got it. But exceptions, not rules. Trae Young, man.
No.
You are not. It sounds like I'm saying he has zero talent. That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is he is not nearly so talented as he believes or that other people make him out to be. I'm sorry, he's not. He is flat out not. You can come at me with his stats, and if you get every shot, you get everything thrown to you because everybody thinks you're the next Steph Curry. No, Steph Curry was Steph Curry.
Well, Steph Curry was Steph Curry, and Steph Curry still didn't get every shot tossed at him.
No,
it's a matter of being able to develop gravity and effectively work within the system of basketball. And
it's wonderful that you can shoot from so far away, being all of 5'10", and no, you're not 6'1", all of 5'10". You and I are eye to eye, buddy. I'm just saying, you were 5'10". You see, I see 6'1" people, and they're taller than you, so you're not
right.
You're not 6'1".
Right.
Little guards, it's a little bit of a I don't want to say knock. It's a little bit of today's NBA type of deal. So I'm gonna do the old man get off my lawn thing. It's a little bit of the cream puffy NBA that is out there, which I don't think. So I say the cream puff, but to be honest with you, I don't think the NBA is nearly as soft as it was, say, 6-7 years ago. I think it is weirdly enough sort of coming out of. There was a time, I mean, any star, if you breathe near anybody, there was a foul every time down court. And I think they're trying to let people play, which is important. But one of the guys that is definitely suffering, as he's probably having his worst statistical year, say that after having a few drinks, statistical year, in the year where they took away his little where he would lean into people, where he would, try to draw the foul and stuff like that.
Yes.
He's having his worst year. You know why? One, yes, he needed to adjust, sure, and he can't so far. Again, I'm not saying he's not a good player. I'm not even saying he's not a star player. I'm saying he's not the elite. You should definitely build your entire world around him.
Well, here's the trick, and here's the litmus test, right? And this is not even subjective. I'm saying this as if you don't understand this, then you're viewing basketball wrong. If you're a star player, then the challenges in front of you flat out don't matter.
Right.
Let's get this straight. If you have to make excuses for a player, I'm sorry, they are not a star player.
Or at least not a superstar, elite of the elite.
I'm thinking like maybe star, but like I'm sorry, but that's to me, that is the litmus test. You have to start evaluating their play and look at all the challenges in front of them, all the things, and say it didn't fucking matter. And again, hey, you know what? I'm biased, especially with a guy like a Trae Young. But you know what? My litmus test for a small guard in that position is Iverson. I'm sorry. That's where I'm coming in from. But guess what?
Let me explain just how much
tell me Iverson. Tell me Iverson like gave two shits about any of your, oh, but you're this, oh, this is going on, oh, this is this, oh, da.
He did the same types of things with Allen when he was in the league too. Remember his crossover? It was a carry. It was. It was.
But the rules
changed, and I was using it more so people are, his supporters, the Trae Young supporters, are like, well, they changed all the rules, so like it affected, it was just targeting him and things like that. Okay, sure. Don't get me wrong, they definitely were targeting him because he was the leading culprit of it. Right. So they changed the rule. He was the poster boy, him and James Harden. Absolutely. James Harden with his walk and his off. And Trae Young with his leaning into people because, running fast and then just cutting back and leaning backwards into people so they would touch him. And, oh, hey, a foul got called because you were playing defense, moderate defense. That type of thing. So, sure. And I'm not knocking him for trying to find a trick around something. I am all for trying to find a trick around.
I laugh and I laugh and I laugh and I laugh and I can't stop laughing because watch your ass try and play offense in 1989.
Yeah. I'm not even going to try to sound like the two old men talking about the 90s and stuff like that. But oh Lord, my thing is that if you want to complain about the rules on offense being oh, I'm sorry, a smidge a little bit tougher there, sweet cake. They had auto-corrected too far, or overcorrected.
They overcorrected
over here.
They overcorrected.
It was the other way around. You could, if you instituted one rule in today's NBA, half of the players, you would see scoring drop so fast, so quickly. Every scorer. Oddly enough, guys like LeBron and stuff like that would help. In LeBron's way he is now. Because the league got so much smaller, he's now sort of a big, and so he could use his power now. But hand checking, institute hand checking, and hand checking, for those that don't know, you go and you put your hand straight elbow out on a guard or someone out on the perimeter, and you can kind of direct them where to go at that point defensively. Right. Now you have to have your arm bent.
There were people in the league because of their ability.
They could send you wherever you were going. That's always the argument that if Jordan played in today's NBA without hand checking, he'd probably average 50. That's probably not far from the truth. I don't know about 50. 50 is a lot of points. 50, an averaging of 50 is really hard. But if there's a guy that could have done it, it'd be the GOAT. So
if you were to time like time machine prime Jordan in today's NBA league and let him know that Kobe Bryant scored 80.
Oh yeah, it would be his personal mission to break Wilt's record. It would be absolutely. And I don't mean like with 101. He needs like 120. He might go for 120.
He's like, how far can I wipe this fool off?
I want to show just how far away I am. And that's not a knock on Kobe. That's not a knock on Kobe in any way.
And no knock on Kobe and no knock on Jordan. But what I will say about Jordan, dude. If it's like, I will sacrifice my children.
I will say this.
That's not too far off. Tell me that's not.
I'm not sure it's off. That's the problem. I'm not positive that's off.
I will sacrifice my children.
I want to say it is, but
it's not.
I'm not positive.
It's
like
not.
Anyone else, you go, that's crazy. I would.
No.
Jordan, I'm like,
Jordan.
Not.
No, it's not.
No.
It really isn't. And that's the twist on Jordan. That's the twist on Jordan.
I've
that
said
we
this,
have to always kind of account for, right? It's that,
and I've said this before when it comes to Jordan and the whole debate between Jordan and who's the GOAT and stuff like that, Kobe, et cetera, et cetera. Jordan is the player I want on my Bulls. If Jordan was on the Bulls right now, Zach LaVine would quickly have learned how to play some defense. DeMar's not. I don't think DeMar's the issue. Zach LaVine would have gotten his butt in the gym and learned to play defense, or he would have been sitting.
Jordan coming in. Jordan becoming in.
A house like 6 states away.
Jordan becoming in. Jordan becoming in. Jordan becoming in. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know if you heard, but I'm from North Carolina. Listen. Jordan be coming in just busting fools, and if they're smaller than Scott Burrell, he'd be punching them out.
Yeah,
I'm gonna clown on Jordan.
Team.
I'm gonna clown on Jordan too, because he's gonna go punch out Kerr, who's like way fucking smaller than him, and then Scott Burrell like steps up to him for like a second. And but Scott Burrell's not an idiot, so he's not gonna press it too hard. But it was very clear Jordan wasn't either, because Scott Burrell was much bigger than him. It's.
With that said, it was more of my mentality that Jordan would go after, and if you could meet that mentality.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Because
you have long leads and all this.
Luke Longley is not a small man.
But it was interesting. But I think Scott Burrell does have a point that Jordan wasn't gonna risk injury
for a fight,
right?
No.
And I'm not arguing that fact.
Yeah.
Jordan wasn't going to risk injury. But okay, so we haven't even we've been talking about
just to end that off. I was going to say Jordan, as far as how we got to Jordan at all, I was going to say Jordan's the guy that I want on my team. Kobe is the guy that I would want on my team and be like a future ambassador and things like that. Good person, good off the court, etc., etc.
Yeah.
LeBron is the guy that I'd want, like my son, to kind of grow up and start emulating his off the court, not his crying on the court after every foul and every. Yeah,
fair enough.
Not that little.
Fair enough.
Not that dude.
Fair enough.
I have to get that out just for me. But as a human being, from what we know as fans and things like that, at least.
Yeah.
A guy that he's been with one woman. He's stayed there the whole time. He's been a good family man. He looks out for others. He's pulling people up instead of pulling the bridge up behind, or the ladder up behind him. He's pulling people up with him. He's a good human being.
He's been doing everything, quote unquote, right.
Yes.
As best as we've been able to tell, and everything else within everything and
no one's perfect, and no one should be the example for absolutely everybody, and they're shining.
And also
or torn down because they made a mistake either.
I'm not one of those people was like you make one small come to find out some small little shit that happened in your back life, dude, listen. If anybody finds out about my existence for 1 second in Taiwan, I'm fucked.
Oh, I think we all are. All the investigative reporters are heading to Taiwan currently.
I'm not even that good at hiding it.
A few more drinks, he might just tell us. To be honest with you,
I'm just saying. But I will argue that hypothetical version of myself. Love how I say hypothetical there. I've been trained.
Allegedly,
hypothetical, false statements. Listen, it's as far as like a general, like okay. So let's take Kobe. Let's take Kobe for an example, a real to world example, right? The thing is like, allegations can be made in bad faith. And my personal take on it is that it's more of a detriment to the women making claims in good faith.
Yeah, that's true.
Anything else.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? I think that women who have had actual encounters, actual predatory situations, actual things. I'm trying to walk around the word, right?
And basically what Jarrett's talking about, just in case anybody doesn't know, Kobe back in the early 2000s, I was gonna say he had a rape claim against him about that he had raped this girl. Kind of. Yeah. Anyhow. That's what we're talking about here.
And it played out, you know. And the thing about this is that you got a guy like him, and every indication works out to where that's not what actually happened. But when you're that in the public eye and everything, you're gonna have people targeting everything. I am not gonna be the person to argue what happened and what didn't happen.
Sure, we weren't there.
Right? I wasn't there. The courts decided the way they decided. That is what it is. What I will say is that you have Kobe, as best as I understand, right? I'm putting that stuff in kind of a maybe, you know, and it's a weird thing, right?
But okay, Kobe, let's put it in the container of you made a mistake. Whatever that mistake was and the severity of the mistake, it was a mistake because it wasn't. And the reason you can say it as such is because you didn't then hear about the same thing over and over. Unlike Kyrie, who each time finds a new and inventive way to make himself sound like more of an idiot.
You're right. You're right.
Anyhow, so he learned. Oh, hey, maybe we shouldn't be out tapping that other girl's just out while I'm being married. You know, should he have known that ahead of time?
You know,
probably.
What's so weird? You know what's so weird about this whole Trae Young discussion? And remember, you're the one that gave me Trae Young as a name, right?
Yeah.
What all of this has taught me? Trae Young's just not important enough to fucking talk about.
See, I watched him the other night, and he has all the he has all the what's another word that I can pronounce? He may be smarter than me, Ben, because he can probably pronounce
he's so verbose in his actions and
just so
and I get it. Eloquent.
He's suffering from the short man syndrome in a tall man's world. fair enough. I'm not that tall. I get what you're going for. You know, granted, he and I are the same height. I don't play in the NBA, so I don't suffer from this syndrome. But he clearly has some short man syndrome.
Agreed. But it's whole like what I want to get to.
He's not a star. He's gotten coaches fired. He's trying to get this current coach fired. Trying to make him accountable and et cetera, et cetera.
And it's no what I get. I know this is the point you want to get to as well. This whole like not playing or even dressing for a game.
What are you doing, man? You're the leader. Who are you again?
You're the fucking star. Okay, like again, here's the thing. And I think you pinpointed the exact word that these people need to really pay attention. These players, these quote unquote stars, right? Okay. Star is something outside the game attaches to you.
Yeah.
Leader is what you earn day in, day out. Every practice, every like being there. People coming in and they think they're getting there early. Oh, I'm sorry. I've already been here 2 hours.
Yeah.
Right?
And it doesn't matter how long you've been in the league.
No.
Some guys can roll out of, well, I was going to say high school. They can't do that anymore. But roll out of college and in their rookie season, not day one, but in their rookie season, they're a leader of a team.
Damn right
and
they
it's
can.
It's not because of where they got drafted.
No.
It's behind the scenes.
It's how you show up.
They're showing up.
It's how you show
They're
up.
They're doing all the little stuff. Not
day
out
in.
in front of the cameras. Not out in front of the cameras. That doesn't count.
Yep.
Anybody can look like, you know, like I can shine for the
camera. If anything else, saying, hey, like in talking to the front court and saying, I don't want fucking cameras here.
Mm-hmm.
I want and being the person outside of the coach making those requests, saying, hey, look, I want these times where it is just us. There is no press. There is nothing going on. This is just us. We are going through our shit. We're working through our shit. We're working our program. We're putting our team together and we're committed. What I'm saying is that I don't want cameras here.
Sure.
You know, you step up and make those statements. That's a fucking leader. You come in and say, you know, you come in and you're there before anybody else shows up to practice, and you're coming in and you're talking to people, and you step up and say, hey, brah, hey, I love the way you set this. I love the way you're coming in and setting up these screens. Hey, can you twist your shoulder this way for me? Right?
And it's right. No, you're 100% right.
It's
and a
little
lot of times
things that
the other things with the leader is holding yourself more accountable than anyone else.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what Trey's so far off.
And Trey is real good about calling out everybody else.
Oh dear God,
everybody
dude.
else. Oh, it's the
corners.
It's the no. You gotta look inward, man.
And that's what's so fucked up. That's what's so fucked up. Trey right now needs, because like Iverson talked, like people talk about Iverson about like the dog and Iverson, like all this stuff. But you know what Iverson did? Iverson talked to his team. Iverson communicated about like, okay, look, all right. The coach has done this, right?
Right.
The coach set this shit up. You know what?
We ain't doing
okay. Hey, well, but think about it from like day one, like practice and all of this shit, right?
We talking about practice?
I know it's ironic. I know it's ironic. But you know what Iverson also did? Iverson was very, very Iverson was actually very humble the way he talked to his team. In a sense that, okay, look, this is what we're doing. The coach is putting this in place. And it's like, look, I don't know the exact words, but obviously Iverson was like, hey, look, I can do this shit. So play with me. Right? Play with me.
Roll, yeah. And that's not what Trey
because as many shots as Iverson took, find me a teammate that complained about it. That's where I think that's where the thing where time's gonna tell about Trey. I think there's gonna be people that are gonna be talking about this dude different
all
way.
Kinds of grumblings already. I mean, John Collins signed off a deal for all that money. And I'm not saying he's a star or should be worth the money or should be even in competition with Trey.
He's a solid player.
I'm not saying that, but
he's a solid piece.
He's their other guy. He's their wing guy. I mean, they're second.
He should be that. He should be the guy that Trey is. Like Trey,
and
as far
he can't get out of there fast enough.
Like Trey, from Trey's perspective, Collins should have like a pulsing beacon on him.
Always know where he's at.
Like just and because the fucking dude's gonna finish for you. And
if Trey just wanted to do the whole ice Trey thing, ice in his veins and doing that, okay, fine. Which means you're the closer. Be the closer. Be the best at closing games. Fine, fair enough. Not everybody can be Jordan. Some people got to be Scotty. Some people have to be Dennis. I get that. Some people just need to be Kerr off the bench.
Steph didn't even do that.
But don't look for all the shine 24/7, 365 at every second, at every turn.
No.
And then if you're not getting that shine, and it's a different kind of shine that he's looking for. He is, I will say, I don't want to kind of group because we talked about the little shining light thing earlier with that knucklehead in Brooklyn. It's not the same.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Kyrie.
No, Kyrie. Right. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah. So when we talk about Kyrie, it's not the same shine. It is on the court. I will grant you that. Which is where it's supposed to be. That's why we should be talking about any of them.
Sure. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. So I don't want to combine those two because they're not in any way, shape, or form.
No. Except for the whole injury with the coach decision.
Yeah, true. But
dynamic.
So Trey has his he wants the shine 24/7, 365, every second. Everyone bows to him, turns to him, looks to him. And a little bit of that is just trying to be the star. And granted, fine, fair enough. Be the closer. That's how you make your number. That's where you become that level. Do something in the playoffs. And I don't mean fumble your way and trip and somehow get to the Eastern Conference Final because Ben Simmons forgot how to shoot a jump shot. I'm surprised that is the first time we said Ben Simmons' name this whole time, which is kind of funny Because you would have thought he would have headlined our airing of the grievances about a month ago.
He has found a way to be and
around people who are crazier than him and somehow grab more attention.
Not actually, because of the Nets are weird right now. They've brought in Vaughn as their new head coach. There have been some injuries and some rotation changes that have happened. They brought in Seth Curry more. Harris Wahua has also been able to step up a little bit more. And they've actually been able to, and Kyrie coming back, they've actually been able to, and here's the trick, not just offensively, but also defensively, been able to build up a charge here that have been able to position themselves within, like, you know, say like the last so many games, a very productive team on both sides of the floor. And I'm, you remember our initial discussion early on that I argued that it was such an anomaly to me, because on paper the Brooklyn has such great 3-point shooting on their roster.
Right.
And then you have Ben Simmons, that when you looked at his time in Philadelphia with statistically less like performers, fewer, like not as effective performers 3-point shooting overall.
Right.
Ben Simmons right now has, and he still has, the best assist to 3-point percentage shot.
You're talking about the passing where he passes out to a guy.
He passes out to a 3-point shooter. The 3-point shot is more effective.
Sure. So he has been playing. If you're looking at that primary playmaker,
you know what I mean, in today's NBA, that's, and I think that with Harris and Seth Curry coming back into the lineup even more, and then obviously, I mean, KD, and you know what? Let's give some fucking love to Kevin Durant. This dude's been fucking working his ass off.
I will say
it's
before. Yes, he has. It is also sort of about time.
Yes, I agree.
Because,
I agree, and that's another reason why I'm like, you know what? No, I'm looking at a pocket of time.
Yes, right? I was gonna say he is the same guy in September,
and I'm waiting. But with all of this shit with Kyrie, all of this shit with Ben Simmons, all of this shit with trying to get this team together, this dude has been fucking consistent. And
yes, like I said,
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying his ass should be put on top of a fucking float. That's not what I'm saying.
Well, I wouldn't use him as the shining example, but fair enough.
He's been fucking
finally just playing and not trying to get the GM and coach fired, because I guess he got the coach fired.
Well, no, now that's a whole nother level. That's a whole nother thing. I'm talking
so
about. So
maybe he's happy because the coach is gone. Maybe he really did have that
much. I'm talking about on the floor.
Problem with Steve Nash, even though he was sort of hiring Steve to begin with.
He's got a black dude to talk to.
It may be. That's it. Honestly,
there's been some previous shit on him on Twitter.
You know good and well with Kyrie and him that's what it's about. Stupid. I get it. I mean, I get it. Representation, etc., etc. And I'm not belittling that, but come on, man.
My biggest thing is this. I have no problems whatsoever with the best person to execute that role.
Yes.
Being black, white, or indifferent.
Yeah.
Right.
Man, woman, green, purple, don't care. Tall, short.
Then if the NBA, if you know what, if you can get a female coming in there, you know what, tossing it up, getting it fucking done, I'm good. I'm good.
Sure. I'm talking about coaching. I don't even care what we're talking about. Honestly, I'm talking about whatever position we are talking. NBA, sales, CEO, head coach,
exactly,
owner,
exactly.
Who I could not care any less. Can you do the job better than someone else? You should be the I gotta tell you, these commercials that are on the ESPN site.
Damn right.
Whoever it is,
you're getting the shit done.
Have the best person in that spot. I don't care what the position is. If you are a woman and you can play power forward better than LeBron, then freaking play power forward.
You should.
You're my power forward now. Done.
Absolutely.
Are you the best head coach? Can you motivate this team? Can you get them to do all the X's and O's? Provide motivation, provide leadership, make sure we don't end up in the news for something stupid. Absolutely. You should be there.
Absolutely.
Do I care what color you are? No. Do I care that you're male? No. Do I care that you're female? No. Do I care that you're other? Also no.
No.
I do not. Are you the best at this? Yes.
But here's the thing.
Where you should be.
But here's the thing. The expectations are going to be the same.
Right.
You don't get a pass either. You don't get
a pass just because.
No, you are in that role.
Right.
Here's the thing. Here's the trick. The expectations are attached to the role. You are put in a role to take care of the expectations of that role. If you don't do it, guess what? Here's the thing. Guess what? If you do not meet those expectations, you will get replaced.
Right. And
it does. And here's the thing, equality, only thing about talking equality, okay, it shouldn't matter if you're black, white, male, female, blah, 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 blah. Okay. But
it doesn't matter.
But when it comes down to replacing someone and kicking someone out or not choosing someone for a position or not pushing someone else up, my point of view is that you do not choose based on gender, race, or sexual orientation, any of those things. That's not what I'm looking for.
You base it on the job, their performance in that job, not because of, not in spite of, not any of those. How did they do in the job, whatever that job was?
That's
anyhow.
That's okay. That's a quality, people.
Yeah, that's truly, you don't get a pass either. So there is that. Anyhow, that's not what this is about. This is about the little short guy named Trae Young.
I know, but,
short, yet we're about the same height.
I feel so strongly about that. It's a good point to make. You know, it's
no, absolutely.
It's work hard. And guess what? Talk about everyone talks about like, oh, work hard, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's the other thing is that work is hard.
Sure.
But like, yeah, you know what? I'm more for the choosing a candidate that is dedicated, proving a sense of aptitude, someone that is eager to make what we're trying to do better, and someone that's willing to put the work in to get that shit done.
Right.
I don't care. I do not care about anything else. I don't care how you identify yourself. I don't care about your religious connotations. I don't care about this.
None of that matters.
None of that should fucking matter.
What you're doing and how you're doing it, as far as the position, whatever it is.
I've been making a kind of a roundabout way of moving to our next topic. The baseball owners in the MLB. So
I would just like to start this section off by saying this is Jarrett's favorite sport of all time. Jarrett just loves baseball.
I will be on mute.
All right, so
mixing.
Baseball.
I actually already have a drink here that is fairly complicated that I have put in place. So now that you were talking about the MLB, I will be giving you the mic, my friend.
All right.
Why I mix.
You make up that. Yeah, I was gonna say. See, and that's kind of sad because I actually could go for one myself.
Hey, I'll do that after.
No. Absolutely, we're good. We good.
Okay.
So baseball owners. I'm gonna have fun with them. So obviously, I have to lead off with my disclaimer. I am obviously a Mets fan. I am enjoying. This is a good week. Christmas came early this week for sure. Steve Cohen, Uncle Steve, has shaken up the baseball world, and he has signed someone who was supposed to be signed already. That's actually the funniest part of this whole thing. I don't even know how you do this, but somehow somebody had Carlos Correa, super shortstop, all-star, etc., signed with the San Francisco Giants in name only. He was signed. Had signed a $13 million, 13-year, $350 million. I got to hit that with a $350 million contract with the San Francisco Giants. At least as of last week, earlier this week, that was what was happening. They were going to have, I think it was Tuesday, they were supposed to have a press conference introducing him. Somewhere on Tuesday, they said something happened and they canceled the press conference. And by Wednesday morning, he was a New York Met. What actually happened behind the closed doors, no one will actually know. But as a Mets fan, I am loving it. Enjoyed it. He signed with the Mets for 12 years for $315 million. He will not be poor anytime soon. So that has kicked off this whole firestorm with the poor baseball owners who, oh my goodness, my heart just breaks for them. And their rich, pompous, ridiculously overbearing, have for years held it over everybody's head about how rich they are and how important they are, and have screwed up baseball more times than not, et cetera, et cetera. Those guys have gotten put in their place. Yeah, exactly. Real basic. They have now been made to feel small, and all of the things that they've aligned and done and colluded. Yes.
Colluded.
Yes. And they can claim what they want, but you know what you did. So all this stuff that they've done over the years, well, now there's an actual adult in the room, and his 17 and a half billion with a B net worth that is out there. And he's there now, and he's bringing everybody's standard of living up by being there and not going along with the little collusion that has been going on in baseball for years and years and keeping prices down. And while making more money the whole time, which is what all owners are doing, don't get it twisted in any other way. They're all making more money than they have been. TV rights, et cetera, all that stuff's going up. Not every owner is on equal footing, but I believe the net worth of the richest owners was, outside of Steve Cohen, is somewhere around $4.5 billion, which is, I mean, that's nothing to sneeze at. I'm not making fun of anybody's money. They way more than I will probably ever see in my life, but that's where they are. Steve Cohen's 17 and a half. So he's making them, you know, they did the whole whip it out, and he did, and his was bigger. So that's in short what the baseball owners. Oh my goodness, this is just so terrible for baseball. How will we all compete? People are just going to buy championships. It's the same type of thing that they used to complain about with Steinbrenner back in the day. He didn't buy championships either. He bought a lot of good players. They were relevant, but you can't buy World Series championships. Baseball, of all the sports, I will say baseball is a little unique in that way, because a lot of it is chancy. And when you have, when going up to the plate and doing something in a sport 3 out of 10 times is a good all-star. In any other sport, if you do something 3 out of 10 times, you're probably out of the league. Shoot free throws 3 out of 10, that's below Shaq. If it's, you know, in football, you're completing 3 out of 10 passes, you won't be quarterback long. That type of thing. So in baseball is kind of unique in that way. They also don't have a salary cap. The reason they haven't had a salary cap is player related, but it's player related because the owners have been so cheap over the years and colluded. And now they have someone in their ranks who is trying to push baseball up the charts. But the owners are just too old, too set in their ways. And you want to talk about old men, get off my lawn. They are the complete epitome of that. That is all they are. I'm so sick and tired of baseball owners. Go cry about it in your cereal, man. Go find, if it's too much money for you and you can't afford it, sell your team. Next. That's how business works. Sometimes you just get out of your league and you got to get out. Sell your team. There's plenty of rich people. Plenty of people trying to buy a team.
Let me ask you this. And I'm gonna ask you a question that I am tasked with answering on a yearly basis, right? 30 years from now, is the MLB a viable product?
Yes. And the reason I say that is going to be because, not in spite of, it's going to be because of owners like the Dodgers ownership and Steve Cohen.
30
That is the only reason.
Like, how old is Steve Cohen?
Oh, he won't still be there. But I mean, because of what is happening now, if they kept on the trend where they were heading, in 30 years, quite frankly, soccer would have probably passed them. Hockey, they're not even the hockey. Yeah. They're not. I mean, like for real, they're not.
Well, hockey's one of those. So as a professional, as a professional competitive analyst,
you see, the fact that you have to kind of go.
I wouldn't sleep on hockey about the strength position of hockey. I would be concerned of hockey based on the weakness position. That's kind of I'm looking at things from a diamond. So you have, okay, let's put baseball into the diamond. What's their highest point? That's the top of the diamond. And then let's look at their relative strength position versus relative threat position. That's the 2 points. So let's say the right side of the diamond is their relative strength, the left side of the diamond is their relative weakness, and then the bottom point of the diamond is the weakest position they could possibly present, right? So then you have to ask the question, because baseball has the advantage of install base. And what I mean by install base is they have the it's not stadiums. Like, what is it? It's the fields, whatever. They have the physical positions in place in very strategic cities, and then they have other places. But let's not argue ourselves. Nobody gives, like, it's great to have the fan base in Poughkeepsie, but nobody gives a shit about Poughkeepsie. Like, it's
except for us who love our fans in Poughkeepsie. By the way, be sure to like, share, and subscribe.
Poughkeepsie, I love you. Good night, Poughkeepsie. I love you. I love you, Poughkeepsie. But I'm sorry, you're not. I know, and I'm sorry I say this, but you're not moving the fucking needle. And maybe it should be different, but it just fucking isn't.
It is what it is.
It just isn't. It's so when you're making decisions about team positions and different things, I've had too many fucking old fashions in me. I fucking lost my point. I would. Ancillary to that, but my main point still stands. It's
you got to watch, like, where hockey, we were talking about with the whole 30 years from now, and hockey kind of hockey is, if baseball continued trending the way it is, this is what it kind of comes down to. Then in 30 years, without guys like Steve Cohen, without the Dodgers ownership and things like that, without the Yankees, without you still need those tried and true baseball people as well.
Right.
That's extremely important. And that is actually what Steve Cohen is. He just happens to be an extremely rich fan first. He is a fan. His team is not the Mets.
A player. He's not a player.
No,
he's not.
No, he was.
And
he was a fan of the team that now has a lot of money.
Why am I the one arguing? Like, yeah, it's.
My point is, it's gonna be that enthusiasm, that money. I mean, let's just call it like it is.
Okay, no,
that
fair
money,
enough.
that influx,
fair enough.
That pushes
it's
everyone.
That, yeah,
up.
yeah.
And oh yeah, baseball, because they were scared of Steve Cohen. So if they were really scared of him, they could have introduced and this will probably be a thing. Baseball will lock themselves out here soon because they just love shooting themselves in the foot with any forward momentum. It's what they do. They'll do it in a few years when they do the collective bargaining, and they're gonna end up being locked out because a whole bunch of old crotchety owners. They're gonna lock them out because they're gonna want a salary cap. Well, they tried to introduce a salary cap, sort of, but not really. It's a luxury tax, and so I think it's $295 million in a season. Yeah, that's the kind of luxury tax. Steve Cohen's salary, or not salary, but payroll this year will be around $400 million. And they put in a Steve Cohen tax, which is at $295. He's blown past that, obviously.
Okay,
he
so
is paying in luxury tax alone. He's paying $111 million and probably more by the end of it into the luxury tax. You know what that benefits? All those team in Pittsburgh doesn't make a lot of money. They're in Pittsburgh. They haven't been good in 1,000 years.
Right.
They they haven't been good since the Killer Bees were there, Barry Bonds and Bobby Bonilla. So that was the last time they were any good. Yeah. And they ran they ran Barry Bonds out of town with a lot of shenanigans that went on back then.
Wait. Okay, so as someone who hasn't followed baseball for very long, as someone who got flooded with the Barry Bonds shit,
the home run chase, etc.
Yeah. And in the late 90s, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Project me from the...
Did my image freeze?
No. Actually it did. I'm sorry, it did.
Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, my hand is not still on my face.
Okay. No,
all right,
no,
give me a second. I'm gonna pop out and come back in. Yeah. So we'll call. Yeah, I was gonna say, you go ahead and finish your point.
No, but
you're gonna finish? Okay.
Well, what I'll do is I'll finish my reaction.
Okay.
And then we'll go to a break. My reaction is this. I remember watching the whole Barry Bonds chase with the home runs through the mid to late 90s. And
I think Bonds was after that. The 98 was Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa.
That's the other name I was looking for.
I was gonna say Mark McGwire, Sammy Sosa was the summer of 98. So I want to say it was like 2004, and I am completely just winging it here. I can't remember.
But what was 2004?
It would have been Bonds, its home run chase, that type of thing. But I might have that. Quite frankly, I might have the date wrong. So anyhow, continue with your point. The date doesn't matter. Date doesn't matter. So
I may be conflating. because I thought about more of the, and that's fair because I thought more about the McGuire and after
2007 is when Bonds broke the record, but it started a few years before that.
When did he start the?
He had started the kind of that weird trajectory. Shortly is right around. That's probably why I remember 2004 for some reason. It was shortly after that. Let me pull up some stats. Continue.
So
go ahead
Bonds
with yours, and I'll tell you.
Okay, so you had Sosa. So I guess what? Because again, I'm not a baseball fan. I'm trying to figure out the timing between like Sosa, McGuire, and Bonds.
So Sosa, here's when it is. I got the numbers now. So the summer of '98 was all about the home run ball. That clearly people were juicing a little bit here and there, or a whole lot. Both pitchers and hitters.
Yeah.
Pitchers and hitters. That's what everybody forgets about that time period. Everyone's like, oh, the hitters, they were all juicing. Yeah, so were the pitchers. Roger Clemens.
Fuck yeah, they were.
Yeah, so you know what? It goes back to the phrase from you know where I'm going.
I've got stories to tell you in teams that never could fucking matter. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Right. So the whole, so if everybody's, it was the superhero movie, the kids movie, The Incredibles. I love this line. If everybody has superpowers, then nobody does.
Everybody's stupid.
Yeah. Everybody's juicing, then nobody is, because you're all, everybody. Okay, you're just as jacked up as everybody else. So that happened in '98. That was the whole McGuire and Sosa, and the world fell in love with baseball again, et cetera, et cetera. Bonds, you want to talk about a person that's probably not a good dude? Bonds, not good player, great player. Not the guy that I want my kid to grow up and act like. So Bonds figured that out, didn't like the fact that here he is an all-star player, all around much better play. Like it was glove, it was home runs, it was average. It wasn't just one thing. He was a multi-talented generational player. That's what he was. And no one even knew it's not that they didn't know his name, but the national media and everything else, the drama was all about McGuire and Sosa. Sosa had the big smile. McGuire had the right attributes to garner attention. And so there it was. They liked each other. They were friendly, both friendly people, etc. Bonds figured that out and starts to bulk up. Bonds' head is not the same size as it was when he was, what doesn't grow naturally? Your head. Not once you're grown. So Bonds in 2001 is really where he completely shot up. Prior to the year 2000, Bonds, the most home runs Bonds had was 46 one year. But every other year was like 19, 35, 37. He was kind of a mid-30s home run hitter. Yeah, it was. I'll be back.
So we're hanging out a little bit while Ian's getting his channel into the feed. What I will say is that my overall problem with the MLB from a business perspective is that it's archaic. It's an archaic system. I think it's something that needs to get rerouted and reworked and positioned into the current paradigm of how business is run. I think that I don't know how to effectively fix it though. I think that ultimately it boils down to the audience that is drawn to that interaction between the pitcher and hitter and those that aren't. And unfortunately, I think that a majority of people are leaning towards not wanting to watch that at a professional national scale. That's my concern. I'm sorry, it's a lot of pitches. It's become more fucking boring than soccer, European soccer. And that's saying something. How do you account for that? It's supposed to be our national pastime, but it is not built to effectively evolve to the current viewership, right? It's this is where I like to have Ian come in and talk about the nuances on basketball. Oh no, not basketball, baseball. So here's what we're gonna do. I have a slew of things lined up for my airing of grievances. A slew of things lined up for my airing of grievances.
Yo. Hey, yo. Can you hear me?
So, dependent on your religious leanings,
can you hear me?
Let's call him JC because he came back from the dead. My boy Ian came back and get this shit going. Hey, let's recognize what that shit took.
It's always interesting when these things kick off in the middle of a stream. Anyone that does live streaming, you know how fickle is the word that we're looking for. You're always hanging on by like there's this thin edge that you're always on and kind of leaning.
Hey, but It's the, oh, I'm back on. That's what you gotta cling on to. That's the thing that you gotta like, okay, I did this. And now, you know what? Hey, guess what? He's back on for you fuckers. I want to give my boy a round of applause for this shit because he fucking came back from the dead.
Oh,
listen,
man. Yeah.
Listen.
Things just decided they didn't want to.
Because
sometimes you're running on this edge that you just gotta kind of hold.
I know, dude. Like, hey, much respect from me, brother, because I know your pain, brother. It's
So, and I have to see, this is where Jarrett and I are a good team on this. Jarrett, the tech back end stuff, Jarrett has, I don't want to jinx you and say has it down, but he definitely has it in the right. It's in the right direction when we would not be nearly as far along.
Leaning.
Yeah, it's leaning in the right direction. I come up with the ideas and like, oh, we should do this, and Jarrett actually it does it the next time. Like this, give the credit.
What's so funny? What's so funny? What's so funny? It was like Ian's like, oh, we kind of like maybe did this. Like I was like, oh my fucking god! And then like two weeks later, it's like, oh yeah, like guess what? I figured out.
Yeah. So I don't want to. We're gonna wrap up the baseball owners. That was the main thing. Suck it up, Buttercups.
Suck it up, Buttercups.
Yeah, I just you'll be okay. You
know what? It's actually
go cry in your billions of dollars.
It's actually a good example of it, and honestly, for like Trae Young, and also to the extent to like the Kyrie thing, it really kind of boils down to guess what? You're not hey, listen, obviously we're gonna recognize your talent and we're gonna make sure how to optimize that talent and make sure that we're gonna do our thing, right? But guess what, Buttercup?
Yeah.
Guess what, Buttercup? You are not the main main character in this movie or story, and all these people around you, they are not NPCs. In your story,
focus isn't them.
No. it's you have to, okay. I've dropped your video.
No. I said I paused my video. I paused it for a second. I'm just
okay.
Yeah.
So
I need one after having a fight with the computer for a little bit.
I get you.
On air, y'all hear me making the drink. I understand that, but
nah, that's fine. But it's this hero in the story syndrome, right?
Mm-hmm.
And no, you're not playing.
Focus.
You're not playing Skyrim. You're not playing Witcher 3. And I love playing both of those games.
You're not Link.
No, you're not Link. You're none of those things. You have to work within the system. You have people around you. But here's the thing. If you have that skill set and you have that ability to recognize that, oh no, I'm not gonna make this pass out to somebody, blah 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 blah. You stupid piece of shit. You already have the knowledge base to understand that yes, you should be passing to that guy, Joe Harris. Wahoo wah, and like it's not even about wahoo wah. It's if you're coming in and you be like you got a Joe Harris who is like tickling around like high 30% 3-point shot. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you?
World a bit.
Why wouldn't you pass out to this guy? It's.
No, and to keep it in the baseball world, the fact that we're talking about owners and ownership as the leading headlines, that's your issue right off the top. You're not the main characters. You're the owners.
No,
we should never talk about you.
Nobody should give a fuck. Nobody should know your name. Nobody should know if things are going good. Nobody would know your name.
Complain about the front office, sure. Complain about the players, absolutely. Management, yes. Minor leagues, sure. Should never talk about the owners. If the owners are the main focus, it's never in a good way.
No.
Except for Steve Cohen, who's amazing. Uncle Steve. So anyhow, let's use that as a spot to jump over. Let's not break here, but let's start jumping over to your, unless you need a break. Right here. I'm
good. Let me,
let's transition over to your airing of the grievances.
All right. Let me. Oh dear God. Okay. Let me get a couple things. Okay. We're gonna go to a quick break over here.
I thought you had to do that to switch it over. I couldn't remember that.
Just to kind of get things kind of switched over. Yep. Just to have one thing ready, and then we'll be able to go over. So what I'll say is we're going to go to a very quick break. Let me get things set up, and then we're going to kick right back to me and my airing of the grievances. And mine's going to be a lot. Mine's gonna be a lot. What's this was so fucked up about me is mine's gonna be a lot more it's gonna be less guarded, but it's gonna be a lot more
I like the best part of that
intellectual
sentence. If you've been watching this whole time, this has been Jarrett guarded. Keep that in mind.
It has.
Anyhow.
It has.
This has been him guarded.
Okay. We're gonna go to a slight break. I'm gonna get a couple things set up, and then I got some shit I gotta talk about here. I got
some problems with you people.
It's gonna get controversial. I got some problems with some people, and I don't care. You're gonna fucking hear about it. And YouTube's
like, good.
YouTube.
No, stop it. Stop.
YouTube. I love you. You're talking about like loosening up on the restrictions of stuff, but I'm going to tell you right now, this might test your waters. I'm just laying that out there right now. I love you.
Right.
I love you too. But more importantly, I love everybody that is sitting here listening to our stream, either live or after the fact. And the only thing I ask is that you come in, and if you're not part of the live chat right now, you drop a like and a subscribe and a comment on all the things that we're talking about right here on the Getting Work podcast. It helps us get
even if you don't like
shit.
Click it and then tell us about it in the comments.
No. Hey, you know what? I am asking you if you don't like the shit we're talking about. That's who I'm talking to right now. Please, just come in, like, and rip us a fucking new one. You know what? I will. Hey, you know what? The worst thing you have is complacency. I will take that. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm gonna take a quick break, get a little bit shit ready to go, and then there's gonna be a lot of random drunk ramblings from me. And I will preface this certain things ahead of time.
Those are words.
Oh, well, I'm gonna have to preface certain things I'm gonna say ahead of time. Okay, we're gonna go for a break. I love you all. Let me find a good little break point. Right. I love Ian. He's coming in. Okay. So it's like a lot of this shit Ian can cut out on the editing side. Okay.
Absolutely.
So all right. I have found the scene. So all right, we're gonna go. Are you ready? No. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Welcome back, everybody, to our Festivus celebration. We have had our airing of the grievances. But if you think it's done, don't get it twisted. We are not done with our airing of the grievances. We will put that to a later date because we have more problems with you people and you're gonna hear about it. But we want to make sure that we present to you our feats of strength. Now, the one thing I want to put forth for everybody listening on the stream right now, if you are of a temperament that you may be somewhat queasy,
yeah,
to certain physical
twisting.
Twisting's a good word. At best, twisting.
Look away. Listen.
Look away.
Hit like, subscribe.
This is
drop comments.
Yes.
Talk about how queasy you are
Please,
while watching these.
Yes, and know that we love you all.
But yeah,
I'm putting this out to you now so that
consider
you know.
this your fair warning. Fair warning.
This next segment may not be quite for you, and so
this is going to be feats of strength.
Yes.
Gone wrong.
3, 2, 1. Okay, so as you can see, I have
anytime it leads off with
bunch
that's
a bunch of segments ready to go, and some of them, as you can see, are age restricted. All right,
feats of
if you're
strength gone
watching
wrong.
our channel and you are not of the appropriate age and could be potentially twisted about this, then you have been fair warned, right? Okay, so this guy. I feel for this guy.
First off, it hit him in the neck.
Yeah, it did.
That's bad enough. But watch. Oh man. Maybe I should have looked away. The elbow. I've seen this one. This one is
this
dude.
This poor guy here.
You knew that it was going badly right about there. It's just not gonna make it. Oh Lord.
Wait. So let's.
Jarrett just doing the remix version here. Crush. Watch his.
Off
it's
to
not
the right.
so much.
Wait. It's off to the right. Off to the right.
It's not so much the bending backwards. It's not the fall per se. But how heavy is that boulder? And I say boulder, I didn't say rock. That's a boulder.
That's
like me falling back. Okay, I'm not in the greatest of shape anymore, so me falling back like that would probably rip all kinds of things. But people can bend that. Well, like everything about the way he bent. Wasn't out of the realm of possibility.
No, none of that was natural. That
the rock that falls onto his face and chest. Yeah. Anyhow, next.
That's
okay. The still of this one shows there's gonna be problems.
I think this one. I don't think this has audio,
That's all right.
And it's probably better, but here we go.
Oh, I know this one. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this guy. Okay,
you see the knot on that thing?
This guy
Look at the
here.
knot on that dude's elbow. I know the video quality isn't the greatest out there.
It's not.
But
what is also more insane is how quick it happens. You're talking
this is what elbow looks like normally. Jeez.
You're talking about
knot and a half.
Fractions of a second.
Yeah. Oof. Feats of strength gone wrong. Feats of strength gone wrong. Oh, you just see when again, it's the sheer weight that's happening. If I pick up a barbell and just kind of let it go, it wouldn't rip my arm apart. Oh goodness. So another age restriction. You know that. Okay. Oh man, you got a whole paragraph about what age restriction means.
We got warnings on this one.
It's been inappropriate strongman competition.
This one here.
This one we see. This was
Young on the right. Mike Dayton's time
all right.
17.
I will say, look on the left.
Franco moving quickly, and he's injured his left leg. Colombo is hurt. They're rushing to assist him. Young is coming on through the course.
Dude on the right
just keeps going. Man, that's focus. To be fair, he probably doesn't even notice.
But also, let's listen to the announcers on this.
This is great. This is the part, oddly enough, that I think we need more of this in sports. We need live interviews while the guy is in agonizing pain.
It was broken.
They say it's broken, but I know it's not broken because I'm a chiropractor myself, and I saw the way it was dislocated. And the biggest problem is uncomfortable.
It's uncomfortable.
It's not too much pain,
Uncomfortable is the nicest way you can say that.
It's uncomfortable. But no, he didn't say. He didn't say. Let's give the man credit. He didn't say uncomfortable. He said uncomfortable. Blah blah.
Yeah, he couldn't even get the word out. Give the man some credit though. Hang on.
Dude.
Go back real quick. Go to the end.
Yeah.
First off, you gotta look at two spots.
Okay, let me bring this back.
Go to where his leg buckles. Watch what happens to the man's leg. Right here.
Moving quickly, and he's injured his left
leg.
All
right. You see what happened to that leg?
Yeah,
his leg is going in all kinds of directions, none of which are correct.
Regardless of the weight you have on top of you, your leg should never bend that way.
Yeah, your foot should never be pointing in the up direction like that while your rest of your leg's pointing down. Never ever. Anyhow, but give this man some credit. I would put some respect on his name. I don't know what it is, but I would put some respect on it nonetheless. Because watch him in this interview. His leg, mind you, is probably still not facing the right direction.
Because I'm a chiropractor myself, and
he's pretty chill. I mean, he's not angry. He's not cursing every
The biggest problem is that it's uncomfortable.
Yeah, I'd say so. Again,
I wanted to win it because I was behind in points.
He's smiling. He's handling this a lot better than I would. Like, give this man some credit. I don't know who you are, if you're still around, but yeah, hats off to you, man. I've seen a lot less, far less, and people just lose their mind. Rightfully, I'm not even making fun.
Let me put this into perspective. That's the guy you run into in a dark alley and you do whatever the fuck he says. It doesn't matter. But you think about it.
I mean, he was just the most chill, Yeah,
no,
so it's a
that's
little
the thing.
uncomfortable.
No, that's the trick.
I was
And that's
behind in points.
that's
Man,
a
my
litmus
foot is
test.
going the wrong direction.
Yep.
It's the wrong direction.
Yep. These are the kind of people that are hired as professional assassins.
Yeah. Hats off to you, sir.
They don't care. It's just get it done. It's that guy
Question your sanity
to have his knee, and it's
wasn't just
one
his
thing
knee.
having your knee buckling,
leg, like lower leg, everything was going the wrong way.
And to have all that weight on top of you. That it's oh, but hey, guess what? I told you to pay attention and be wary, because, ladies and gentlemen, we have more feats of strength. Until the head of the household is pinned, the feats of strength shall commence. I don't think this has sound, so it's probably a good thing. Yeah, this one doesn't have sound. Oh, okay. Yeah, you could tell. He wasn't gonna get there. Whatever it was,
he got to right there. I was like,
it's
done.
Yeah, he's not gonna get it up there. It's at this. Let me find this here.
You're saying he was having trouble getting it up. Got it.
Well,
he may have had trouble with that a long time after that too. All I can say is that if you have, so this may be a problem that Russians understand very well, but if you have 560 kilos on top of you, what I'm saying is that dude could have gotten decapitated right there.
And I'm speaking more to the argument of your comment about not being able to get it up.
Oh yeah.
Because if you got, I'm trying to be fair. I'm trying to figure how much weight. I guess what would be great, what would be better about a lot of this, like a lot of these, to
know how much weight they were actually.
Exactly.
They actually had up there.
Yeah, because
let all of our joking through all of this. Let me be exceptionally clear and make fun of myself for a second. I couldn't lift probably one of the things on the side, like one by itself in a vacuum, with someone else lifting the other half. I'm not positive I could lift that. So I am not going to make fun of the weight. I am going to, however, make fun of just how terrible it looks. I'm not even making fun of it. I'm just reacting to it. But, is this this? Yeah. I remember this one. Well, some of these I've seen, some of these I haven't. Yeah, that's
okay, so
one of the comments, this is the one that one of the comments was like the spotter, or is it the name of the spotter? They made fun of it as this was the spotter's fault. No, it wasn't. No.
So my question. Okay,
you knew better.
Situation, right?
This dude knew better. He knew better before he put his hands on that bar.
Okay. Looking at the image here, right? Okay. The lifter has got his arms up. The spotter has his hands in place. Let me ask you a question as like a white dude asking a black dude. All right.
Oh, this is gonna be good. Go ahead. These are always good.
Look at this. Okay, only looking at the spotter. All right. Look at dude's head. And look at dude's hands.
Yeah.
You see what I'm
What? Okay, so I'll tell you what it is. Are you saying there's a color variance?
Yes.
Is there a color variance? All right, so
I'm asking a question because that don't look right. That don't look right to me, man.
It's chalk. It's to keep your hands. Yeah. So
no, but I mean, there's dude.
It's a lot of
power lifted, and you get chalk.
And I'm trying to say chalk and not ash. Not dry skin. Black people don't get dry skin. That's called ashy.
Right.
So
no, it's a different thing. It's a different thing.
So he's got some. Let's go with the version. He has some dry skin to begin with, and then he has a lot, and there's a lot of light. Yeah, to be fair, it doesn't look like half his hands. It looks like he didn't have his hand in
I'm more leaning towards like the way the light and like how the camera.
Yes, he has chalk on his hands too. The chalk to keep your hands dry, all that stuff. But yeah, you're right.
But wow, but also it's not just this shot. Like look
right
at
there. Yeah, it's like his hands are just dipped in paint.
That's just like shining through the shot, man. And his head is like straight up deep black, and his like hands are just not.
It's got to be. I think it's the chalk.
He
might have gloves. Oh, to be fair, you know what? I might be being a complete moron. He probably has gloves.
Let's go back. Let's
go back. Just have gloves. Because look at his hand right there.
He might.
Clear. You know what? He has the glove that doesn't go all the way over your hand. I forget what it's called.
You know what? You might be right. You might be right. You might be on.
Yeah. Because watch when he stretches his fingers out. There's so many different shades all right next to each other. Yeah, he's got gloves. There's got to be gloves.
Yeah. Okay, we nailed, ladies and gentlemen, we solved the.
Yeah.
All right,
I was going with the ashy thing.
All right, so okay, okay, so the last one. This is a compilation. Right. This is a whole collection of things.
Oh boy. Okay, first off, pause.
Go ahead.
The bar broke.
Well,
in
so
half.
a lot of these.
And that bar broke in half.
A lot of these are equipment error. I will.
Okay.
I will.
Yeah, I couldn't even make fun of that at all. Oh, Bob.
And there's a lot of that too. We just. This guy.
Yeah, you just crumpled up.
Well, he should have had like the safety.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say
this,
that.
And this guy here.
I think I've seen this one.
This guy should have had like those safety things should have been. It's like, all right, let go of your ego.
Oh, stop! And you're out of it right there.
Yeah,
you're out of it right there. If you start leaning back.
It's over. Done. It's over. You're done. You're done.
There you go.
Okay, this guy is like
arms. This dude's arms, and I'm not in any kind of shape.
Has no. He has no.
You knew better. Yeah, bruh. Nah. Yeah. He's dead. He didn't make it.
Big boy. Well, see now here's equipment failure. Here's equipment failure.
No, that wasn't equipment failure. That was pause for a sec. That's
wait. Yeah, I know. Okay, hold up.
Yeah, hang on. You're an idiot. You didn't put the little clips on the end. Even I don't know what they're called. And yes, anybody, you can make fun of me for not knowing anything about weightlifting. I'm obviously not a weightlifter.
No, and that's.
There are clips that you put on the end that you squeeze and you put them on the end to have them not do this. this very thing. That's not equipment error. That's equipment not knowing how to use it.
That's a good
Or
point,
being in a hurry.
because I'm not sure that. Well.
Do you know what I'm talking about? So
No,
there are clips that you put on the end of the weights.
I'm looking at the end, like that end point there. I agree. I don't think
so. Here,
he
when it starts to go,
something.
When it starts to fall off, see if anything falls off first.
Yeah, I don't
You know
think
what I mean?
he put anything on there.
It falls off on the far side. So watch.
Yeah,
nothing else falls off.
I don't think he. I don't. Yeah, I agree. I don't think he put anything on there.
He put all the plates on. He went and got all the plates, put them all on to try to be the big dude.
Yeah,
great. Put the clips on the end, dude. That's just stupid.
If you can't get the clip on, you get a longer bar.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
It's
right. Yeah, that's on him.
And
like the guys that are doing like legit.
What's so funny because then you go from that, and then you have this guy who's like,
I have
2 plates,
4 plates,
2 plates, and then still,
dude,
that's still granted that still hurts, but it's like, dude, you got 2 plates of what?
I mean, what were they? Those are probably 50-pound plates.
Maybe 100.
Honestly, I don't know. I don't know the colors. Let's say they were 50 pounds, which means he had 200 on his arms. Go back to that dude.
All right. Man, I'm trying.
It happens so fast. Yeah. So everything about him showed that he didn't know what he was doing. First off, he did the leg thing wrong. You keep your center of balance over your
Yep.
That's why he dropped it.
Yep.
So anyhow. Yeah, see, he got his feet were way out. Yeah, but dude got crumpled up either way.
Well, what's so funny is going from the last dude to this guy.
Oh yeah, exactly. Him down in his basement with his 3 weights that he has. All right, next.
Yep.
With that said, it still fell on dude's neck. I don't care how much that was. It fell his neck.
Right. Nah, dude got fucked
He
up.
crumpled.
Dude.
He crumpled.
Dude,
Yeah,
okay.
see?
Dude didn't.
You know the best part? I do like this. So this is a total streaming thing for just a second. There's a slight delay between what I see live and what's streaming. Weirdly enough, I've gotten to the point where it's perfectly timed. I can watch it and then I watch the replay. So, yeah. Anyhow, go ahead.
So why? Okay. He's coming in with a kind of a low base approach, right? He's but okay, so why don't we get
This guy?
we're gonna get spaghetti arms over.
Come on.
So this guy,
Opie.
okay, so
right.
He's coming in, he's positioning in for a low kind of cling approach, right? So the problem is that his feet, it's his feet. I don't understand how, and again, not knowing the plates and what he's done before.
You talking about the last,
this,
not this guy, but the last guy.
No, this guy here with the red.
Okay, all right.
The red.
Gotcha.
He's coming in with a low approach. He's got a very.
Hey, click the little X. Click that little X so we can see the whole screen. Click the little X.
Oh, okay.
That should,
Okay,
it should be able to see. Yeah, there we go. There we go.
So he's coming in with his knees
He's narrow. He's super narrow.
He is super narrow. And I'm worried about where his shoulders are. I don't think he's close, but I don't think he's got the best approach here. I think that he's for his strength. But also, again, I don't know exactly the weight that he's pulling off here versus his own weight. But
yeah, as much as, again, I keep trying to say this just for anybody that's just kind of popping in and out. I'm not going to sit here. Jarrett's a bigger dude than I am. He could always lift more than I could by no stretch of the imagination. So we're not making fun of.
No.
Okay, what
I'm speaking from is I've done some of like kind of lifting, kind of like lift training, and
yep. I think of me as more like safety cornerback type of size. Jarrett's linebacker lineman's type of size. Okay,
sure.
So that's where if you're trying to figure out our weightlifting abilities.
And I've also done some strength training at the collegiate level.
Yeah.
I don't like where his shoulders are even before he's touching the bar. Now some of that could come through. Well, I think so the way I've always been taught is extend your arms out to get out to the bar, and then move your hands out to get your shoulders
even
in
level,
place, right?
Yeah.
So then, depending on the length of your arms versus the length of your legs and your back, you're in a better position, because what you want to do is get like, okay, all right, fine, let me get to where I can get to the bar, and then let me extend out here. So then if my hands let my grip dictate where I move my feet and my knees, and then get my shoulders in position, right? This guy's doing none of that. This guy,
he's arched all the way the whole time.
And see how he's extending he's extending his hands out so fucking wide?
They're way too wide. I think we're going down a wrong road if we're sitting here trying to analyze it too much. I will guarantee you this. This is the fails for a reason.
Oh my God.
He's got his arms way out here. They're like, he has no chance of stopping that. None. It busts him right in the head. Back of the head.
No.
Yeah. All right, what's that next one? Okay. Ooh. Oh, girl. All right, ma'am. She's stuck. Watch, she sticks.
She almost had it.
She did. Give her credit though. She had that. She powered out of it. Stood up. Hurting. Yeah. Bro. Yeah, nope. You think you have it, you know you don't. This is the moment that you know.
If you have to do it,
your wrist, your lip. Oh.
No, if
what
that's
is with
it.
the weird wide stance?
I don't know. It's you get it up, and that's how you have to get it up, and then you realize, okay, that's how I have to put it down.
No, I take that back. That dude stuck it. He stuck the landing. Watch this. This is how you stick the landing, Superman. That is how you stick it. He's legitimately stuck.
This guy.
Oh no, what is happening? Bro.
Look at all this weight here.
There's way too many legs moving.
Look at how skinny his legs are. Now, give him credit.
You're done.
He puts it up. He puts it up.
That was one more than I thought you could do. Oh no.
All right, now watch.
Put it back. Oh no, you're done. Again, Again.
The clips.
You don't have the clips on.
No, he did. He did. On that one?
Did he?
He did. Yes, he did. On that one, he did, and they didn't hold.
Okay, that's fair enough.
I've got no complaints about this guy. He stuck it twice, and the clips didn't hold on the.
Okay, that's not.
So watch this guy here.
Don't make fun of him.
So
All right, he's got clips. But you knew better. You knew better coming in. You knew better right here. You knew better before. He's got clips on it. It's nothing to do with clips. But you knew better.
This guy never had a solid.
He's got a sweatshirt, so he has no traction, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay, so this guy here, you're right.
And then it's the look. It's the look afterward. Watch the look afterward, though.
Yeah. So these clips here, no, they're not set. See that little white ball there?
Yeah, but that's not what. watch when he does it.
But here's the thing, they're not set. Those clips aren't set. They're not even that, and that's again more on him.
Right.
Those clips aren't set. Before he sets that here, he needs to open that up and then extend out to where then he can push forward and then clip in, right?
Yeah.
Those clips aren't set.
Yeah, right there.
But at the same time,
he just lost
at the same time, yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right too. It's one thing doesn't exclude the other. It's he completely, and there's a thing about like
it's the look afterward.
Well, that, but also I'm like doing these kind of things. I'm sorry, but take your fucking sweatshirt off.
Like, come on, man.
Like especially with like this
a hood no
shit.
Less? Yeah, come on.
Get that shit out the fucking way, because you're not gonna get like you need to be able to.
Dude is so embarrassed right here.
I know. It's embarrassing. I don't care, but you're embarrassed. I get it. You fucked up. You approached with bad technique. Take that goddamn sweatshirt off. Feel every inch of that fucking bar from the point where your neck hits your center, like arch in, and then to the point where you feel it to every inch of your shoulder. If you don't feel it, you're doing it wrong. Period.
Yeah, because you can't tell where it is.
Period.
Hey, all right. So what we got? What's the last? What is the last? Oh, it may not be. John Cena wannabe. All right.
Honey, now this one. Now that's
did the bar break?
That's a malfunction. That's a malfunction.
That's like you could get smacked in the face and die type of thing.
That right there is but
under the chin.
Yes, man.
Yeah, that's nothing on her.
Well, okay, so
does she have?
What I'm trying to figure out.
She might have clips on it either. No, she does.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did she have anything on it?
I think so. Because right there, you see it kind of hanging down?
Yeah.
You see the little loop?
Why is if it's... Okay, so...
Yes, ma'am.
I'm leaning more towards malfunction there.
Because look at her hand. When her hand comes up, her hand went up straight. You don't go straight up if you have the bar still.
You're right.
Yeah, that's not on her at all. Watch her hand. Watch her right hand.
And also, she actually has. If you look how she lifts it up, she actually has very clean form. Yeah, that's
she's like
that's
that's not
on her. This guy's funny.
No, not at all. Not at all. He just hit his head on the. Wait, did he hit his head on the? First off, I like
on
this
the
next
fan.
Clip, just right
he hits his hand.
He hit his hand on the fan, didn't he?
Yes, he does.
So you distracted me with the clip right after that. Sorry.
Well, we're gonna get to that clip because that's gonna get replayed quite a bit.
Yeah, you're just
first of all,
good job.
Yes. There isn't actually anything wrong with this situation.
Except for the face. Except for the face. Ceiling fan. I like how the ceiling fan immediately stops.
So this situation, let me clarify here. There's a very serious point here. There's a various like this is serious. There's a technical point of safety around here with this clip that I have to clarify for everybody listening to me and watching this right now.
Oh, hey, Jarrett, when did you get here, man?
Let me spell this out. It's important. It's very important. I have never wanted to be a punching bag anymore than I am watching this clip right now.
Yes,
I need people to understand this and just give this to me because I need this. Okay, understand? I need this.
Wherever you go, yeah. Let's hit play. Come on.
So let's hit play.
Roll.
Okay, let's play that back. Let's play that back. Okay, hold on.
It was the pause and to look in the camera. Oh, I don't think this is gonna make it. Oh yeah.
Okay.
And now Jarrett's whole statement about trying to be a bag, the punching bag makes much more sense.
Okay, so just let's go over the mechanics.
Okay.
And let me preface this with the fact that yes, I have watched this clip more times than I would deem as healthy.
Healthy. I knew he was gonna say it. I was like healthy.
Just I am admitting that now. So any kind of comments around that, let me make it perfectly clear that yes, I have watched this clip more times that should be deemed healthy. Free Vert Goes chat here. Okay. You realize
before you respond,
you realize
that is the most perfectly timed. That is weirdly the most perfectly timed chat ever.
Let me you realize that I obviously can take care of that for myself.
Apparently, I said damn.
Anyhow.
Okay,
So
yeah,
the,
we're gonna go
video,
back to the clip. We're gonna go back to the clip. This is why. This is okay. So also, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to set the playback speed.
I would like to point out, Jarrett thought of this long before this stream. So we're doing a lot of this live and just trying to react to it, right? Jarrett thought about this.
Yes.
He saw this clip. He thought about this a while.
Yes, I did.
So I was just gonna tell you that.
I have never wanted to be a punching bag anymore than right now. Ladies and gentlemen, I am presenting to you my dream scenario. So she has a good grip on the top. She has a good jump, and the legs. The legs. I blame the chain. I blame the chain. I think that the manufacturers of said links. So first of all, all jokes aside. Okay. Okay, so wait. I need to make it perfectly clear. I'm not making fun of this woman's pain. I'm also, given everything that like how they presented it, I'm within
it's the pause
good faith
right before
she's.
It's the look into the camera of like, hey, it's because you know that moment you feel
it's the Wile E. Coyote. It's the Wile E. Coyote look.
If she had held up a sign, I was like, oh crap.
If
she had held that sign up right there, because you see her like
dropped. Okay, so look, I'm not even gonna play. First of all, honey's hot, but then
without saying.
Then
so you're saying that you would invite her to sit in on any episode of Getting Work Pod? Is that was basically what you were saying?
Do I have to clarify that? Does she speak English?
Doesn't matter.
What language do you speak? Give me 2 weeks. Maybe we can, it's okay. So it's I'm not even gonna try to apologize for this.
You're way up. You're way in front. Okay.
Dear guy.
I like that you don't see her at all right here. There's nothing about her in this picture.
Okay. So this is why I'm arguing in this moment. It's hard to capture this in a still frame. It's the leg wrap. She's convinced that
she has this. In this moment she has it. Yeah. She has it right here. She is good. Yeah. She's good to go.
Yeah.
And that was it.
Yeah.
All right. Next one.
Okay.
Nothing else. Nothing good can come from
yeah. She falls. Yeah. Okay. And it's unfortunate. Oh my god. Okay. The problem is the screaming. It's like I feel for.
To be fair, I thought the screaming I didn't know the screaming. I thought you had pressed the button. I thought that was part of the. I thought you had pressed one of the sound effects. I didn't realize that was actual her screaming.
No, that's what makes you feel bad.
That's horrible. I shouldn't laugh at that, but that was actually
feel bad.
Yeah.
It's everything else about it is kind of like.
I didn't realize the screaming actually was from the video. I thought that was from.
No, that's not good. That's. I hope she's okay.
Yeah, that was.
And this chick,
I did not realize the screaming was that.
This chick, she's someone else. Okay, so this girl, it's
she
funny.
Has it tied around her waist, right?
Yes.
Is it the same girl?
No, it's not. It's not. And what this one's subtle because you really gotta pay attention to her.
I just noticed, like at the very end, that she had the thing, the plate tied around her waist.
Okay, so she has the plates wrapped around her waist, right?
Yeah.
And then
go back to where she's standing so we can see it.
They're hanging like. Okay.
Yeah. So
she has
right
these plates down around her knees. It's wrapped around her waist, and she is so. In this
attempting to jump up to grab a bar.
Exactly. She has to jump up to reach this. She can't do this from a standing position.
Right.
Let me make that perfectly
And not only
clear.
jump up like a couple of inches. Like in this video, you don't see the bar.
It's
that's not the bar. That's painted. That's the, isn't it?
No, that's the bar.
That's.
But she's still like this. This here. Also, look. She's
at just about fully extended. You know the bar that you see where her hands are? That's behind her.
Oh my God, you're right.
Yeah, first off, that's
what
pause.
Is she
Look up in the top left. Look up in the top left of this. You see a line that comes across?
She's reaching
that's
there?
The bar. Yeah, that's what she's trying to reach for. She's not close.
Holy crap.
Yeah, she's not close. The bar that it looks like is behind her. It's optical illusion. That's the bar on the, that's maybe painted on the wall, but it's behind her clearly. It's on those set of poles behind her. The bar itself is actually just over the word compilation.
It's this
like
bar.
Yeah,
that's what makes it even.
You don't see the bar. Yeah, you don't see the bar at all in this clip.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, it's the landing too.
Yeah,
she had to eat that plate because the plate landed up and down.
I agree.
She didn't.
What's so funny is this clip, and she's not even anywhere. Like there's not even a bit of her here.
That clip that if you watch the plate lands. Look at the plate. That plate lands real square, up and down.
Okay, okay, ladies and gentlemen, this right here, unless you're in a wrestling school without a weight tied to your waist.
Yeah, that's not a good position.
This right here is not a position you ever should want to be.
Unless you're about to tackle somebody. So your arms are about to come around. Like you're going.
Because then you're gonna get called for spearing.
Oh yeah, for sure. No, that definitely.
Because your head's way too ahead of your shoulders.
Diving for the end zone. She's bringing the ball. No, not that one either. All right.
No.
All right, go ahead and play it out. Play it out.
She's.
Oh man,
that's just absolutely.
It was at this moment that
she ate that plate.
He fucked up.
that was the moment. That was the moment.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, she's still struggling.
Last one. This guy. Okay, he's good. He's good.
Yeah, so you tried to be cute. Why did you throw it into the?
Dude, just toss it in the glass.
Why did you think that was a thing? I mean, yeah, you clearly were handling the weight. Like, no joke at all. He clearly could handle this weight. I mean, he tossed it up into his hands, first off. Like, he did all the things you shouldn't do, but could handle the weight. That's what happens when you can actually handle it. You can do all the wrong stuff.
Well,
you can do all the wrong stuff.
Could also be argued it was way too light for him.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I mean, anytime you can take the weight, flip it up into the air to get your hands right, because that's what he was going like with his hands this way. He clearly flips it in midair, catches it, and trying to show off, but then he throws it into the So he's playing into that meathead role. Got it. Yeah. Next.
Pretty much. Yeah, he just decided.
So those are the feats of strength. Happy Festivus, everyone.
So let me send this back to
feats of strength gone wrong.
Yeah, this is why you don't try and get too far ahead of yourself here, people. This is you don't try.
Feats of strength gone wrong.
There are plenty of drunken barroom heroes to professional, trained strongmen to everything in between. And the trick is to figure out where you are.
And be good there. Try to stay there. Stay in your lane. Stay where you are.
Unless
you're that girl on the one that jumped on the.
Well, that's great. Or are you the one chosen to pin down the head of the family? Because Georgie, the same boy that I once went into a toy store.
Festivus to be a thing.
I went
Festivus to be a thing.
I went into a toy store
as a father
to go and buy a doll for my child.
As I rained
never
blows.
Never mind that he was my son. I went into the store to buy a doll for my child. And as I reached up to grab it, there was another man also reaching up.
To be fair, he never says man, I don't think. He just it was another customer. He's never really clear about that part.
That might be true. As I reach up, there is someone else reaching up for the same child, the same doll, right?
And as I
am laying,
I thought to myself that there had to be a better way.
No, but wait. As I'm reaching up for the doll and coming down,
I thought to myself, there must be a better way.
What? No, you're getting ahead of yourself. You're getting ahead of yourself.
While I rain down.
No, you're getting ahead of yourself. You're getting ahead of yourself. The verbiage is, as I'm reaching up for the doll and coming back down, and then realizing as I am raining fists upon this person, I realize that there must be a better way. See, you gotta get to the act of anger first.
I love the best part of that is just again is as I rain down blows.
Rain down the blows of anger. I realize that there must be a better way. That's the thing. You can't say there must be a better way before you rain down the blow. You have to rain down the blows.
I looked
first.
it up. He does say another man.
He does say another man. He
Yeah.
does say another man.
Yeah.
But he is still buying a doll for his son.
As rain blows upon him, I realized there had to be another way.
Yeah, You gotta get the
happens
raining of the blows. Yeah.
What happened to the doll though?
That's secondary. It's a throw aside for the revelation.
Yeah.
After,
at the very end.
But that's the thing.
That must have been some kind of doll.
But here's the trick: for it to be in that position, also dictates that the raining of the blows. The other guy that he was facing in this situation had to have been beaten down and bested. And then after raining down said blows and besting his enemy, beating him into a bloody pulp, into an unnamed toy store in Yonkers. That is where the beauty and the value and the iron poles and the feats of strength and the airing of the grievances have come forth and sprouted like a new life into what we call Festivus. Because of the sacrifice of the poor unknowing soul that Frank Costanza beat down for some unnamed doll for his probably balding son, his lump of flesh known as George,
who was in the future trying to give away, and I used to have the little clip. I thought I had it right here. I don't have it. I moved it away.
So let's talk about the Human Fund.
Who was trying to donate to the Human Fund.
Let's talk about the Human Fund. It is a donation. It's a subsidiary of our overall faith. And if you are so inclined, if you would like to donate to the Human Fund, we would be much appreciative. And it will put you into a position that we shall onceforth and henceforth discuss in fact, random meeting on a Tuesday.
We will send you
a Thursday next.
You donate to the
Saturday.
Patreon account up above. We will send you. You will donate it to the Human Fund.
If you should only give upon yourself. Give upon yourself. We shall ask you next Tuesday. If you should give me a hamburger today, I shall gladly pay you next Tuesday. Happy Festivus, everyone. We love you. This is Getting Worked. Signing off.
Later, fam.